Welcome back, everyone. Those of you watching on our British Cycling YouTube live stream, and here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. This is the final session of the 2023 British Cycling National Track Cycling Championships. All the competitions still in play will come to a conclusion over the next couple of hours, and you're in exactly the right place to see all of the action unfold. We're 5 minutes away from the start of racing. So our race schedule for this afternoon, we've got the men's keirin gets underway here, the women's 500 metre time trial final. We've got the mixed scratch race in the paracycling, men's team pursuit finals, women's 500 metre time trial, of course, we've mentioned, and of course, the big two races over the distance, the women's scratch race and the, sorry, I should say the men's scratch race and the women's points race will bring us into the conclusion of the action today. There is the bottom half of that schedule, the men's scratch race being the final competitive action on the track for 2023. So we'll be having the first of the heats in the keirin to see who's going to eventually end up in those finals when the racing starts in just a few minutes' time. The 2023 British Cycling National Track Championships would like to thank the following partners for their support of this event: British Cycling, Welsh Cycling, Newport Live, Newport City Council and Sport Wales. So we are ready to go racing for this final session of action here at the 2023 British Cycling National Track Cycling Championships. And we begin the action here this afternoon with the men's keirin. We're in the first round of this competition, so we have got 6 heats in the first round. from which the winner will go through into the semi-finals. The losers will go into a draw for the repechage, a second chance opportunity, try and secure their place in those semi-finals as well. So 6 riders maximum in the keirin heats. And this is the one with the little Derny motorbike. If you were with us yesterday for the women's keirin, that was a great competition fought out on the boards of the velodrome here yesterday. Exactly the same rules apply in the men's keirin. So the pacer will pick up the riders at 30 kilometers per hour. They have to take up position behind the pacing bike in the order they drew at the start, and they're lined up in that order on the pursuit line in the home straight. They mustn't draw level with or overtake the Derny whilst it's on the track, and they must take up the wheel of the Derny when it passes them the first time. Once it leaves the track with 3 laps to go, then it is full-on sprint with normal sprinting rules apply. But of course, potentially 6 riders fighting for the place across the line, with just a winner going through immediately from this first round competition. And, avoiding having to go back through the repechage is always a good thing to try and do. So Jack Carlin is the rider who is representing Team Inspired in this first heat. He was the winner of this competition last year, and he defeated Joe Truman in the final. And of course he was beaten yesterday in the sprint by Harry Ledingham Horn, so a silver medalist in the sprint here this year as well, for the rider who also took the bronze medal in the Olympic Games in the sprint in Tokyo back in 2021. So that's Jack Carlin. Ewan Davis is here for the Wales Racing Academy. Jacob Davis, no relation, for PDQ Cycle Coaching. We have Niall Monks of the Glasgow Track Racing Team and Aaron Pope of the University of Exeter CC. So that is the lineup for the first heat of the men's keirin. 6 heats in total. You see the little Derny bike just getting warmed up here on the track, just to make sure it's fully functional before the race gets underway. He'll wait over in the back straight for a signal from our starter to set off. And when he draws level with the riders in the home straight, the gun will fire and the heat will be underway. So it looks like Aaron Pope is being slotted in at the bottom of the line here. Rider for the University of Exeter. PDQ Cycle Coaching's Jacob Davis next in line. Then moving a bit further up, we have Wales Racing Academy's Ewan Davis. Alongside him from the Glasgow Track RC is Niall Monks, and the man at the top of the track, held up by Olympic champion Jason Kenny, is Jack Carlin. So 5 riders in this first heat, of which just the winner will go directly through into the semi-finals. Pip Taylor on board our Derny sets off from the back straight. Riders launched into action to pick up the wheel of the Derny. They must take up position in the order that they were across the line there. So the man at the bottom of the track, Aaron Pope, is obliged to pick up the wheel of the Derny, and they must remain in that format whilst it's on the track.
The keirin race actually coming from the country Japan, and the funny thing is out there you can actually bet on the races.
Oh, so it's a very big betting sport in Japan. So who do you bet might win this one, surely?
Ooh.
I think Jack Carlin will perhaps have a point to prove after only getting the silver in the sprint yesterday, but of course he's the defending champion as well, so he'd like to add another keirin national title to his many previous wins, I'm sure.
Yes, I mean, I'm not going to say, but there are a few Scots in there.
Indeed there are, yes. Jack Carlin, of course, riding for Team Inspired, but more obviously we have got Niall Monks from the Glasgow Track Racing Team. 3 laps to go, so the Derny will leave the track this time around. Jacob Davis of PDQ in the yellow and black, second place. Look over the shoulder there from the man from Wales Racing Academy, Ewan Davis. Everyone looking behind. Jack Carlin sitting at the back at the moment.
Ewan Davis leaving a little gap, and this generally means he wants to have enough room to manoeuvre, as he has done so, trying to come round the outside.
Extricating himself from the line, he's telling Niall Monks with him Jack Carlin takes more interest now, as it looks as though the PDQ rider Jacob Davis is about to be blown away here by the pace. 1 lap to go, and it's still on the front, driving hard. But here over the top comes Niall Monks from Glasgow Track RC, but here comes Jack Carlin around the outside. Last year's champion speeding towards the line and will take victory and direct passage into the semi-finals for Jack Carlin for Team Inspired.
Well, that was an indication of how strong Jack's feeling in this round 1. Staying out almost 3 in a row wide to come round the riders for that long.
Well, those watching on our live stream will be able to watch the photo finish here, the closing stages of that ride as Carlin gets over the top of Monks coming off the final bend and powers away to beat him by just about half a bike length ultimately. So good ride from Jack Carlin, and first objective achieved, straight through into the semi-finals. All the other riders will go into the draw for the repechage, which is cycling parlance for a second chance opportunity to get a place in those semi-finals. Heat number 2 will be next on the track. This will feature last year's silver medalist Hamish Turnbull, who lost out in that final to Jack Carlin last March here at Newport Velodrome. Turnbull also riding for Team Inspired. We've got Thomas Alcott from BCC Race Team. We've got Jeremy Franks from the Glasgow Track RC. Philip Lomas from ESV Manchester. Isaac Small from the D-Side Thistle. Those are the 5 riders who will take the start in Heat 2 of the men's keirin first round.
I remember back in the day in the keirin, your holders, you'd always want a holder that could push you really, really hard, because you didn't have to keep the positions that you drew early on. And yeah, I remember almost being thrown off the bike a few times.
Of course, the rules of the keirin have changed, matured over the years. Ooh, a bit of trouble keeping hold of our rider here on the home straight. But the rules, it used to be sort of all out war, the keirin, at one point. You'd get the elbows going and all kinds of things. But
yeah,
gradually over the years, the rules have been refined somewhat. And of course, the normal rules of sprinting apply throughout the event, but particularly in the final 3 laps. And the situation where the riders have to take the order behind the Derny, which they have drawn, is a relatively recent innovation. A lot of these things coming after that keirin in Rio in 2016, which Jason Kenny eventually won after many attempts to get that heat completed. So the UCI making some changes to the keirin rules off the back of that. So here we go, riders coming on to the next heat, and Charlene's been busily looking at the starting order.
So behind the bike, we're going to have Jeremy Franks, and then in the second position, we'll have Philip Lomas. In third, Hamish Turnbull. Fourth, Isaac Small. And fifth, Thomas Alcock. So all very different kit here, which we like to see. Great for the commentators.
Yeah, gets a little more awkward. Yesterday, if you didn't see the women's keirin final, we have 6 riders representing Team Inspired in the final. That got our attention. Well, if the kit wasn't distinctive enough, look at the rider second from last in the line at the moment. We spotted this one during the sprint qualifying yesterday. And that's hypnotic rear disc wheel. As the rider towards the back of that line, coming into the home straight now. And that man is Isaac Small from the D-Side Thistle. On the wheel of the Derny at the moment is Glasgow Track RC's Jeremy Franks. Behind Franks, in the blue colours for ESV Manchester, it's Philip Lomas. Then it is the silver medalist from last year, Hamish Turnbull for Team Inspired. The aforementioned Isaac Small, and bringing up the rear of the line here is Thomas Alcott from BCC Race Team. So the Derny has departed, and we're into sprint action now amongst these 5 riders. Just the winner to go through directly.
And Hamish Turnbull just making his move to come over the top there. Slight gap behind him.
Well, first rider to ride across the wheel of Turnbull is Jeremy Franks. Almost on terms with a lap to go. Look out for Isaac Small making his move around the outside. These 3 have left the other 2 behind, but it's still Hamish Turnbull on the front. Doesn't want to relinquish that position. He wants to go directly into the semi-finals to join Jack Carlin. That's exactly what he will do. The others, they too will go into that repechage draw.
Well, so far that's 2 team-inspired riders and 2 Glasgow Track Racing Club riders. So looking good for those 2 teams so far.
So next up will be heat number 3. Jack Collin and Hamish Turnbull already into the semi-finals. One rider from this next collection of 5 will also make progress directly to that stage of the competition. Riders are just about to come out onto the track. And amongst them will be man who finished 4th here last year is Matt Rotherham, and bronze medal in the sprint as well for Matt Rotherham yesterday. A quick slap of the thighs there from Mr. Rotherham just to get the blood flowing. So the riders just getting clipped and strapped to their machines. Starter waiting patiently on the line to make sure they're in the right order, and then signal to our Derny pacer to set off from the distance in the back straight. So first to arrive on the line here is Harry Radford from Enhanced. He'll be swiftly followed by Matt Rotherham in the I was going to say the colours of ESV Manchester. In fact, he's in the colours of the predecessor of that team, Sport City Velo. ESV Manchester, a combination of the Eastlands Velo and Sport City Velo, both teams based at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. At the top of the track for the Glasgow Track RC is Anthony Young. Alongside him for Team Inspired is Marcus Hiley. Then it's Matt Rotherham. And then towards the bottom we have Bram Otterwell from BCC RT and Harry Radford at the bottom of the track from Enhanced. These are the 5 riders to take to the boards in heat 3 out of 6 of the men's keirin first round. Here comes the pacer. Gunfires, we get them underway. Well, Matt Rotherham is first away from the line, but he'll need to drop into his correct position. And they arrange themselves behind the Derny. There we go, neatly executed.
Riders actually favouring being at the back in a keirin so that they can see what's happening, allow riders to sort themselves out almost at the front and then be able to make their effort to come around the top if they've got the strength. You can see little gaps starting to open, and this is just because the riders want to give themselves a little bit of room to manoeuvre around, to rush the wheel that's in front of them, to then get the slingshot round them.
Pace gradually increasing, 4 laps to go. The departure velocity of the Derny is 50 kilometres per hour. With 3 laps to go, that'll be next time round. Matt Rotherham doing a lot of looking behind him here. See, concerned that Marcus Hiley and Anthony Young may be particular threats in this one. And a little shoulder-to-shoulder action there with Marcus Hiley towards the back of the line. But coming through to take up the lead position, accelerating down the back straight, that is the rider from Glasgow Track RC, Anthony Young, but he's being pressed hard here by Marcus Hiley from Team Inspired. Hiley comes clear, just the 1 rider to go through directly to the semis. Already had 2 Inspired riders through. We're going to have another one, or we're heading for another 6-rider final for Team Inspired. Well, a long way to go yet. Here comes Rotherham. He's left it late. 1 lap to go. Matt Rotherham, 4th place last year, powering around the outside of the pack here. It's Rotherham versus Young for a Glasgow as they go down the back straight. Now the kick comes from Harry Radford from Enhanced, but Rotherham has got the legs to go clear of them and take that heat. So Matt Rotherham takes his step towards the next round by going into the semi-finals.
You know, and just as we said there, we saw Matt Rotherham come from the back of the bunch and make his effort late, allowed the riders in front just to manoeuvre themselves and sort themselves out, and he thought, I'm going to wait. Left it to the last minute, but managed to get the win in the end.
Yep, a display of raw power from Matt Rotherham. So I'm sure he'll want to improve his position overall this year. Finished 4th, just outside the medals last year. So I'm sure that's at the top of his list of objectives for today, and the first of those achieved is into the semi-finals. We've got 3 more first round heats yet to go. Next one will be coming to the track now, and I think this is the only heat of the 6 that does not include a rider from Team Inspire, giving us a little respite here. So we have got Oliver Alul, who is a rider who rides for ESV Manchester, Daniel Cooper for Team Terminator, Bo Mayer for Enhanced, Harvey McNaughton of the Wales Racing Academy, and Ryan Phillips from Di Marzio. That is the lineup for Heat 4. We'll give you the order they are on the start line when they present themselves in a moment. Looks like Ryan Phillips on the inside, the bottom of the track there for Di Marzio. The enhanced colours of Bo Mayer is next. Alongside him for ESV Manchester is Oliver Alul, who rode from the North West region, the team sprint a couple of days ago. Wales Racing Academy, Harvey McNaughton, and then at the top of the track in the black and green of Team Terminator, Daniel Cooper. So the increasing engine note of the Derny heralds its arrival at the line. And off we go. Starter will keep a careful eye on things. The riders have to take position behind the Derny, and it has to be a complete line. There can't be any substantial gaps in it. So they have closed up now. So, as you mentioned previously, Charlene, lots of looking behind going on here. Perhaps just weighing up your opponent, wondering whether they're in good form, whether you need to worry about them mounting a charge from further down the field. Perhaps you could sneak away, and would they chase you down? All these things, I imagine, going through the minds of these riders at the moment, how to play this out tactically. They'd want to avoid going into the repechage if they can. It'd be one more ride, and if you can avoid that, have slightly fresher legs. But only one goes directly through from this heat, as with the others.
Yes, it's also the end of the championship, so all the riders will have heavy legs from their sprinting kilometre efforts. Team Sprint also now move coming from the back of the line.
Well, you saw that move develop, waiting until the Derny had departed from the track before overtaking it, otherwise that would have been an infringement. But now they are fully into top speed mode, and here comes the Wales Racing Academy's Harvey McNaughton around the outside. McNaughton shoulder to shoulder with Daniel Cooper of Team Terminator as they came through the line with 2 laps to go. Cooper now has taken up the lead, but making a late charge now around the outside is Bo Mayer of Enhanced. So that is the order with a lap to go. It is Cooper, it's McNaughton and Mayer, the other two trying to fight their way through. Down the back straight they go. McNaughton fires once again here. A rider from Wales Racing Academy on his home track, leads off the final bend, and he will just take that one. It was a very late charge from Oliver Alul from ESV Manchester, but just too late to get the better of Harvey McNaughton, I think. We'll wait for confirmation of the photo finish. Certainly was close on the line, and certainly Oliver Alul was the faster finisher of the two. But the finish line came ahead of that. Just looking back at our action replay, it looks like Alul may actually have got that. So that's now been confirmed on the board as well. Have a look from our position. Yes, indeed, as we are actually slightly behind the finish line here in the commentary box. So when we get that front-on view like that one, we can actually see that Oliver Alul, by about a quarter of a wheel at most, got there. So he goes through directly, and Harvey McNaughton, well, he'll go into that repechage draw as well, along with the other 4 riders.
Same tactic as we've seen before, Carl, coming from the back. Making the move from the back of the bunch. Late on seems to be the tactic.
Yeah, that was seemed to be particularly late, that one, from Oliver Alul, but he was fortunate. He didn't run out of track before he got to the line, but he just got ahead by a very small margin. And it all counts, of course. We have the technology here to separate them. Okay, next heat, which will be heat number 5. So the penultimate heat in this first round in the men's keirin. Riders already coming to the track. We're back to a team-inspired participation in this one. Just a little bit of shuffling of the pack here, a bit of discussion as to whose were. Bit of reversing goes on. So let's start from the bottom. The man in black from, rather appropriately, Black Line is Daniel Cutler. Moving up the track for SES Racing, Tom White is the rider in red. For Enhanced, it's Oliver Pettifer. We then have Hayden Norris of Team Inspired, and at the top of the track, Lyle Craig from Glasgow Track RC. Good to go. Starter indicates to the Derny pacer to begin his circling of the track. Well, Lyle Craig put up a strong fight in the sprint competition yesterday. He's the man at the top of the track in the colours of the Glasgow Track RC. So I'm sure he's looking forward to continuing that good form and hoping for medal success here in the keirin. It's a very well loaded competition here. All the big sprinters, of course, love the keirin event. So it's going to be a worthy winner as ever at the National Championships. And you're in the right place to find out here on this last session of these 2023 Track Nationals. So it is Daniel Cutler, the rider in black, tucked into the wheel of the Derny. Immediately behind him in the red is Tom White of SES Racing. Then a little gap then to the rider in third place, and that's Oliver Pettifer of Enhanced.
And again, gaps starting to appear in this line, all with the same idea of leaving that space to be able to manoeuvre to come round. But if the gap's too big, they're not going to get the benefit of the slipstream.
It's the challenge you take, but the Derny has departed from the track now, so it is all down to the riders to deliver over the final 3 laps. Well, the man lurking at the back here is Lyle Craig. May have taken a look at the previous 2 heats and thought, coming from the back, that's a pretty good tactic. Maybe I'll give that a try. Meanwhile, the man at the front is looking behind him to see who might be considering that move. That's Daniel Cutler of Black Line on the front. SES Racing's Tom White still in second wheel. Now Hayden Norris starts to pick up the pace of Team Inspired. Just ahead of him, it's still the man from Enhanced, Oliver Pettifer. 1 lap to go. And Pettifer really is picking up the pace here for Enhanced. He draws level with the SES rider, Tom White. But look out for Lyle Craig from the Glasgow Track Racing Team. He's in a real battle here, but he's coming through to take that one. So once again, the rider at the back comes to the front and snatches the victory. This time it's Lyle Craig from Glasgow Track RC.
Big move there on the outside of the pack to come over the top and then lunge for the finish, quite comfortably winning that heat.
So through into the semi-finals already. We have the following riders: Jack Carlin, Hamish Turnbull, Matt Rotherham, Oliver Alul, and now Lyle Craig. So we've got 1 more heat to decide the other rider who will omit the repechage stage. Every one of the riders who wasn't a winner in those heats will go into a draw for repechage heats, their second opportunity to progress further in this competition. So the 5 riders for the 6th and final heat coming out onto trackside now. Again, they've drawn lots for their starting position before coming out onto the track. Making sure the feet are well secured to the pedals, generally using clips and also enhancing that with a Velcro strap over the top as well. So first rider to come to the line is from the Glasgow Track Racing Team. We've got a couple of them actually in this heat. And number 1 1-2-8 is William Munday. He's the man at the top of the track. Just below him, for enhanced, we've got Benjamin Gill. Then for Team Inspired, Harry Ledingham Horn, the sprint champion from yesterday. For the next rider down for BCC race team is Noah Woodhouse, and then finally Lewis Arthur for Glasgow Track RC is the man on the inside. So here comes the journey. Well, Harry Ledingham Horn, what a great sprint journey he had yesterday. Met Jack Collin in the gold medal final and beat him in 2 straight rides. So he'd be one of the favourites here for this keirin as well. In sparkling form is Harry Ledingham Horn.
He certainly is on form, and it'll be interesting to see if he can carry that through to the keirin today. They'll have some tired legs, as a lot of rides in the legs from yesterday's sprint matches.
Don't forget, he also took a gold in the team sprint on day 1 as well, so it's been a very, very productive championship so far for Harry Ledingham Horn. Adding the keirin will be the icing on the cake, I would imagine. 4 laps to go when they come around into the home straight this time. Lewis Arthur just looking behind. Looming large is Noah Woodhouse of the BCC race team. Then it is the aforementioned Harry Ledingham Horn. Benjamin Gill from Enhanced has got on his wheel the other member of the Glasgow Track RC, William Munday. 3 to go. It's goodbye Durney, hello sprinting, as Munday starts to move up. Joins his teammate at the front. So it's Lewis Arthur and William Munday, both from the Glasgow Track racing team. But look out, here comes Harry Ledingham Horn from midway down the pack. Not fully committed to this one yet, still a lap to go when they come to the home straight next time. The 2 Glasgow riders realise that Ledingham Horn is the danger man here. Still in 3rd spot. Can he extricate himself from behind the 2 Glasgow riders? Yes, he can, with a lap to go. Here comes a charge from the sprint champion, Harry Ledingham Horn. Draws level as they go down the back straight. A late charge coming also from Benjamin Gill from Enhanced. Can Gill get past Ledingham Horn as he comes towards the line? He's not quite. Oh, well, maybe he has. Again, opposition just slightly behind that finish line. And looking to my right, it looks as though he may just have pipped that one. Let's wait for confirmation of the result from the photo finish. But yet again, a rider powering from the back of the pack. This time it was Enhanced Benjamin Gill. Did he get the better of the sprint champion on the line?
Well, Harry Ledingham Horn just sat up almost halfway down the home straight there, so it did allow Benjamin Gill to possibly get round. Let's have a look. Well, the replay, it looks like
Horn
it.
Was completely unaware of the passage of Benjamin Gill over the top. He looked down at the track, knew he was comfortably in front of the rider on the inside, and relaxed, as you said, and that allowed Benjamin Gill to come through. So Harry Ledingham Horn, the champion of the sprint and the team sprint, will have to go into the repechage draw. Benjamin Gill takes an audacious victory. 3rd place for Lewis Arthur, who's a man that Harry Ledingham Horn was really concerned about, but Benjamin Gill around the other side. Great tactics from the man from Enhanced.
Yet again, making his effort from the back of the pack and coming round.
So all the losing riders, as it were, from those keirin rounds will go into the draw now for the repechage. Before we get to that competition, we will be moving over to the women's 500-metre time trial next. This is a straight final. The fastest 3 riders will take the medals, gold, silver and bronze.
We've not got a start. So next up we have the female women's 500-meter time trial. And in the gate just now we have Anna Whitworth-Hay from SES Racing, just clipping herself in, settling onto the bike with 20 seconds to go now. Well, that is an explosive start there from Anna Whitworth-Hay out the blocks, and looking like she is really pushing down on those pedals to get on top of her selected gear as she comes into the banking and gets slingshotted out of the banking into the home straight for her final lap coming up now.
So this will set the benchmark for the others to aim for here. Anna Whitworth-Hay of SES Racing coming under the scoreboard for the final time, and it will stop the clock on the pursuit line this time. There she goes in a time of 36.213. Well, that's an improvement on her time in competition here at the last National Championships, where she posted a 37.107. So Anna Whitworth-Hay faster than she was last March.
Well, that is almost a full second for 2 laps. That's pretty impressive if you ask me. Young rider. Also, bright future ahead.
So next to come to the start line will be Sylvia Mistal from the Glasgow Track RC. She posted a time of 35.803 in competition at the national titles here last year.
Final preparations now as the coach helps the rider just strap those shoes to the pedals. And that is Sylvia Mistal from Glasgow Track Racing Club out of the start gate. Coming into the back straight now, still standing up, not into that seated position now. They stand up so that they can get on top of their gear and then try to maintain that pace.
Well, she's faster at the halfway point than Anna Whitworth-Hay. She can maintain this speed for the closing lap here. She will go ahead. Here she comes to the line, 35.293. So that's the new fastest time for Sylvia Mistal of Glasgow Track RC. Average speed of 51.001 kilometers per hour.
Which is a pretty fast time to be able to clock after starting in the gate. From 0 to 53, well, more than 53 kilometers an hour.
It's a pretty fast time to be able to clock riding your bike in my world, but yes, there we go. That's what separates us mere commentators from our top class athletes here on the track. And we are looking forward to the next heat now. Heat number 3 will feature Georgette Rand of the VC Lincoln. The 2 shades of blue with the red band around the centre of her racing attire. The bike just being affixed in the starting gate. So that's first lap from Sylvia Mistal, the first sub-22nd opening lap for the 250 metres from a standing start. That's pretty good, 19.927. There are 14 heats in total in this women's time trial final. And this is heat 3. Just rocking in time to the countdown, so she's going forwards as the bike leaves the gate, so that gives her a good smooth start. As we've reflected previously in timed events such as this, particularly over a short distance, every single element counts, including getting a clean and fast start away from the gate. That's what she's done. Let's see how that reflects in the opening split. 20.849. She is third fastest at the end of the opening lap. Can she lift the pace? She comes round to complete the ride. Georgette Ran from the Velo Club Lincoln is across the line in a time of 36.475. That places her in third spot at the moment. So from Lincoln, we're going to move to home territory. The Wales Racing Academy rider will be next on track. That'll be Stephanie Hall. Red colours of Stephanie Hall with the black shorts. Stephanie just outside the medals last year in the team sprint. And in the time trial, she recorded a time of 35.359 in competition last March.
Last words of encouragement from her coach, Rachel James.
Heat 4 underway. Stephanie Hall of Wales Racing Academy. Our first significant split point will be at the completion of her opening lap. Still the fastest is Sylvia Mistel in 19.927.
Well, Stephanie Hall looking very powerful as she comes into the bell lap. She's on her final lap now.
So she was just a little slower than Mistel at the equivalent distance. Can she lift to the pace inside the closing quarter of a lap here? Off the final corner and across the finish line in 36.017. That's the second fastest time so far in this women's 500-metre time trial. So she'll slot into that second place, pushing Anna Whitworth-Hay down to third. Still Sylvia Mistel, the fastest rider to have gone so far, in 35.293.
For the 500, it's all about that start, getting out of the gate and getting that first lap up to speed and then trying to hold on to it and even speed up for your second lap. There's not a lot of time to recover if you make a mistake, so only 2 laps.
Yeah, it's one where you have to maximise every single element of your ride. Next rider who is going to endeavour to achieve that is the first of a whole batch of team-inspired riders. And first to go from that team will be Millicent Tanner, number 173, just cinching up those straps to make sure the shoes are firmly attached to the bike. Countdown reaches the 30-second marker. They have 50 seconds from once they're on the once the bike is in the gate to be ready for the start. Millicent Tanner underway, matching her breathing to the beep of the countdown clock there, as we had that close-up view on our live stream of her patiently waiting for the start.
Well, Millie Tanner was on the track earlier on today in the P1 position, so we know she can start off quickly. It's whether she can hold on to that speed for the final lap now.
It's half a lap to go. She's about to come into the home straight. Millicent Tanner for Team Inspired. New fastest time, 34.938. Well, Tanner fastest all the way through that one. Going faster than Sylvia Mistal at the completion of the opening lap. And at the end of that, she was 0.354 faster. Average speed of 51.519 kilometres per hour for Millicent Tanner. As I mentioned, she was the first of a whole block of team-inspired riders in this 500-metre time trial. At least they're not all on the track together like they were in the keirin yesterday, so at least makes our life a little bit more manageable. But next rider to go will be number 176, Lowry Thomas. Lowry Thomas, silver medalist in the team sprint last year at these titles, and she also took a great bronze medal in the team sprint at the Commonwealth Games, the Birmingham Commonwealth Games at the London Velodrome in July of last year. Or as we had to call it during Commonwealth Games commentary, the Lee Valley Velo Park. Anyway, we all know where it is. It's the Olympic Velodrome in London. We have got 20 seconds to go for Lowry Thomas. Launching herself into the two-lap cauldron that is the 500-metre time trial.
Well, Lowry Thomas was also a position 1 in the team sprint, so we'll be expecting fast things from this lap 1.
19.659 was the previous fastest. She's faster by about 300ths of a second over Sylvia Mistal. And here she comes, lining up for the finish. Cross the line for Lowry Thomas in 34.452. So she has the new fastest time and goes to the top of the leaderboard.
Clearly delighted with that, with a nod of the head.
Next to come to the track will be Blaine Ridge Davis. She is in heat number 7, so we're halfway through the 14 heats in this women's 500-metre time trial final. A rider who tasted silver medal success at the championships last year in the team sprint. Blaine Ridge Davis.
And our coach, Carly McCulloch there, just making sure that the bike is straight as it's placed into the start blocks. Just making sure that the bike is secured.
quick swap around of a little bit of technology there. Riders who are smaller in stature and obviously have a smaller framed bicycle, sometimes a little difficult to attach the pull-out clamp that attaches to the seat tube, particularly if that bike is made of carbon fibre and has an extension to the top of that seat tube. Looking as though it's proving a little bit challenging to get this in. You can swap the clamp around in the gate so it's higher or lower, relatively speaking. But obviously the last thing you want to do is crush a carbon fibre frame on that Lotus bicycle. Otherwise the insurance claim might be substantial. So our commissaire starter here, Phil Pollard, just having a look at the best way to achieve this. So Blaine Ridge-Davis wisely walks away and leaves them to it. It's my bike, she says, your problem.
Need to rest those legs.
So problem solved without the need for either gaffer tape or zip tie, hopefully. And Blaine Ridge-Davis comes out on the track ready for her ride. Well, still close examination being made here. I think we've got the thumbs up now from the starter. Here we go. So Blaine Ridge-Davis underway in Heat 7. Still the time to beat, that of Larry Thomas. Posted in the previous heat of 34.452. Two riders inside 35 seconds so far, Larry Thomas and Millicent Tanner. Let's see if Blaine Ridge-Davis can join them.
Very, very, very aerodynamic position here. You can see she's low to the front bar, trying to get as much gains as she can, flying into the home straight with a time of 35.243 with third fastest.
So slightly slower off the mark for Blaine Ridge-Davis, and that reflected in her finishing time, third fastest at the moment, but still plenty of riders yet to come. So it's Larry Thomas, Millicent Tanner and Blaine Ridge-Davis at the moment. Her time pretty good there for Blaine Ridge-Davis. Third place at the moment, potential bronze medal, but of course lots of riders yet to come. And next on the track, this will be a real threat to that. It's another of the team-inspired riders, and this is Sophie Capewell. Sophie Capewell just glancing down at her bike, making sure the pedals are in the right orientation.
We saw Sophie Capewell this morning in the team sprint in P2, so we'll be expecting to see a fast lap 2 from her. It's all about getting out that gate fast and holding on to that speed.
She's had a silver in the sprint and a bronze in the keirin. So let's see how she can do in the time trial. Sophie Capewell next to go. So away she goes, powering those pedals around on that very specially designed Lotus bike used by the Great Britain cycling team. If you're an aficionado of bike design, take a close look at that if you're watching on your live stream from elsewhere in the world. Let's get an indication of her pace, 19.413 at the first lap split.
Good starting lap. See how she finishes as she comes into the home straight to take the time.
And Sophie Capel completes her ride in a time of 34.251. So that puts her at the top of the table now. It was a fast opening lap for Sophie Capel, and she built on that. So our next rider, also from Team Inspired, will be Rihanna Paris-Smith.
And Rihanna Paris-Smith was in the non-competition of the team sprint this morning and was P1, so we can expect to see a good first fast lap from her.
Last year she was a member of the Team Terminator outfit, and in the time trial competition clocked a time of 35.121. So she'll need to lift her game a little bit here today if she's to challenge for one of the medal positions at the end of this one.
Coming from the Talent ID program.
Just gathering her thoughts, breathing deeply before settling over the bars of her machine inside the 30-second countdown for Rihanna Paris-Smith. Heat 9 of the 14 that make up this women's 500-metre time trial final. Again, she's been practicing her starts, rocking backwards and forwards, and the forward motion coinciding with the release of the bike from the gate. So that's a good start for Rihanna Paris-Smith. Looking out for a half-lap split time, or I should say a first lap split time, 19.677. That was fourth fastest at that point. Lining up for the finish now. And she is there in 35.040, so retaining fourth place. Rihanna Paris-Smith slots in just outside a potential medal position in fourth place at the moment. So the top three currently, Sophie Capel in 34.251, Larry Thomas in 34.452, and Millicent Tanner in 34.938. Next to go, a little break from the Team Inspired riders. It's a Wales Racing Academy rider, and it's Serena Nat next to go. So Serena Nat about to climb on board her machine, riding a home track here at the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. Fourth place in team sprint at the national titles last year, and when she rode the time trial, she clocked a time of 35.073 last March. Going through a little ritual to prepare herself for the next two laps inside the final 15 seconds. Strong encouragement, as you'd imagine, here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales for Serena Natt of the Wales Racing Academy. Can she go faster than Sophie Copeland? 34.251 is the target. Our first indication will be the opening lap split time. 20.106, marginally slower. That is just fifth fastest at that stage. In fact, sixth fastest, and here she comes to complete the ride. Can she lift her game in the second half? 35.356 for Serena Natt of the Wales Racing Academy. That slots her into 7th place in the standings at this stage of the competition.
With the times already on the board, it's clear to see that the riders need to get off to a good start. Top 4 riders all clocking a time of 19 seconds.
And also, if you're to be in contention for a medal at the moment, you need to go at least as fast as 34.938 for your 500 metres. So it's back to Team Inspired for our next 3 riders, in fact. First to go in Heat 11 will be Iona Moore. Finished 4th in this competition last year when she rode for SES Racing. A time on that occasion of 34.934. If she were to repeat that today, it would put her into 3rd place. Off she goes then, Iona Moore. 3 heats to go following this one, so competition getting tighter now. Looking for well inside 20 seconds for the opening lap. And she's, oh, yep, 19.957, that's in the ballpark. Just needs to lift her pace a little, that would be the 5th fastest opening lap time. Here she comes towards the line and will stop the clock in 35.790, and that is 8th fastest, so she's just faded a little bit in the second half of that ride.
Iona Moore took to the track earlier on today in the team sprint, so perhaps tired legs there for her second lap after that mammoth effort for the first lap, getting into the 19 seconds.
Well, our next rider to go has already been on the top step of the podium.
And that is Emma Finichin.
Indeed it is, from Team Inspired. She was at 3rd here last year, time of 34.715. But silver in, gold I should say, in both the sprint and the keirin. Can she add the time trial to that one as well?
Well, she rode P3 in the team sprint this morning, so we know she's got a strong finish, but has she got a strong start?
Just to explain the terminology used by my co-commentator alongside me, of course, an experienced track cyclist herself. P1, 2 and 3 is the position on the track, just a bit like Formula 1 racing. So we also call them rider 1, 2 and 3, that kind of thing. So if you're puzzling over what P1, 2 and 3 mean, that's what it is. Position on the track, that's it. Yeah, more adjustments being made to the start gate. The ever-versatile Ernie Fiergary once again providing the solution to the start gate problems. Just making sure she's firmly attached to the bike. Emma Finucane before she gets underway here. Time to beat 34.251. Well, you can see the effort written all over her face as she applied pressure to the pedals there. Flying down the back straight. Takes a seat before she comes under the scoreboard. Let's look at this opening lap split. It looks fast. 19.682, just 0.269 slower than the fastest opening lap we've had so far. Keirin and sprint champion, can she lift it on this second lap of the velodrome? Here she comes, heading for the line. What's the time going to be? Oh yeah, first rider to beat 34 seconds. She goes into the lead with 33.981.
Well, that is their first 33 of the competition. We didn't see one last year, so really great to see this time on the scoreboard. Great ride there, and really picked it up in the second lap, didn't she?
Yep, she was well up there in the first lap, but not the fastest by some little margin, but definitely lifted her game in the second lap and delivered a knockout blow to those with medal aspirations. Just 2 riders yet to go, so she is guaranteed a medal of some description. Penultimate rider, silver medalist here last year when she rode for Blackline. Now she's riding for Team Inspired. That silver medal was achieved in a time of 34.584, but she already knows she needs to go faster, ideally, than Emma Finucane to get into the top 2 here. 33.981 is the new benchmark to aim for. Lauren Bell, the second last rider to go. Into the final 30 seconds, so Emma Finucane slots in at the top of the leaderboard. Sophie Capel currently second, and Lowry Thomas currently third. Well, she's underway. Lauren Bell, can she upset the top of the table and ride into a medal position with just one more heat to go following this one?
Well, Lauren posted the fastest opening lap from the team sprint this morning, so can she emulate that in this ride? Second fastest first lap. 19.530 for the opening 250 metres. She is quarter of a lap away from knowing what her destiny is. Here she comes, last year's silver medalist, approaching the line. She's going to be slower. She is third fastest with 1 rider to go. Can she cling on to that third place and take the bronze medal? 34.367. Well, that is faster than her silver medal ride last year, but of course not faster than Emma Finucane's ride in the previous heat. So Emma Finucane can finish no worse than silver medal now, because we've just got 1 more rider to go. It's a rider who was the keirin champion of 2022 and also the champion of the time trial as well. Ellie Stone of Blackline is our last competitor to take to the track. Her gold medal winning time in the national championships in 2022 was 34.529. And that would only get her, just have a look down the list, that would only get her 4th place now. So see how much the standard has increased in the 10 months since the last running of the national championships. Let's see if Ellie Stone has been able to lift her pace similarly. And also, to give you an indication, the Team Inspired riders are currently in a strength block, so they're not actually on form yet.
Charlene, for those who are not familiar with that kind of terminology, what does that mean by it being in a strength block?
So it means that they've got heavy legs.
Oh, okay, okay. Just like to keep our viewing audience across the world informed of all those little bits of cycling terminology. That might be a mystery to some people. No mystery, though, that riding against the clock is what this one is all about. And here is Ellie Stone, our last rider on track. Can she take the gold medal? Can she deny Emma Finnegan another top step on the podium? Didn't have the best of fortune in the keirin, getting trapped in the ride she was in and missing out on a chance for a medal. Oh, well, she slipped the back wheel, leaving the gate there, such as the pressure she applied, and that is almost certainly going to deny her the win for Ellie Stone, unless she absolutely flies around the track. Oh, she put a lot of pressure into that bike and just slipped the wheel out of the gate. And with every single element of this discipline being so important, 20.068.65 of a second in arrears, there is no coming back for that one for Ellie Stone. She'll try her absolute hardest, of course. Here she comes into the finishing straight now, but last year's gold medalist will cross the line in no better than 7th place this time, and will rue that problem at the start. 35.135 for the record was a time recorded by Ellie Stone from Blackline. So that means the winner of the gold medal and national champion for 2023 will be Emma Finnegan of Team Inspired. Silver medal will be taken by Sophie Capel for Team Inspired. And just to round off the set, also for Team Inspired, taking the bronze will be Lauren Bell. So our final afternoon of racing here at these 2023 British Cycling National Track Championships continues. And we move back to the men's keirin. We are at the repechage, the second chance stage for those riders who didn't take a win in the heats of the first round. So we have 6 repechage heats of 4 riders each, of which the winners of each heat will progress into the semi-finals to join those riders already there. That's Jack Collin and Hamish Turnbull of Team Inspired, Matt Rotherham from ESV Manchester, Oliver Alul also for ESV Manchester, Lyle Craig of Glasgow Track RC, and Benjamin Gill of Enhanced. Those are the riders already into the semi-final draw. So first repechage heat will feature Thomas Alcock from BCC Race Team, Niall Monks of Glasgow Track RC, Oliver Pettifer of Enhanced, and Noah Woodhouse from BCC Race Team. It looks like it's going to be Noah Woodhouse in the lower position on the track here for BCC. Slotting in alongside him, number 139, is Oliver Pettifer from Enhanced. We then have Thomas Alcock from BCC RT, and making up the lineup at the top of the track for Glasgow Track RC, Niall Monks. So the journey sets off. Last chance for 3 of these 4 riders. Only the winner to go forward from this repechage heat. take up position behind the Derny as the pace begins to build.
And riders just starting to look around, see if anyone is starting to make a move. Of course, they're not allowed to pass the Derny before it peels off. However, they can start to move up the line whenever they like.
The man hugging the back wheel of that Derny at the moment is Noah Woodhouse of BCC Race Team. Keeping a bike length or so behind him is Oliver Pettifer from Enhanced. He's got Thomas Alcock, and then behind him, Niall Monks. 3 to go, so the Derny will vacate the track in the home straight this time. Well, pretty much every keirin we've seen so far today for the men has been won from the back. Let's see if that formula continues here. Reduced size of field, of course, from the 5 we had in the opening round, just 4 riders here, so it's a little more of a tactical battle could ensue.
We have Niall Monks at the back there.
Still on the front, Noah Woodhouse. In fact, Woodhouse is beginning to ride away here, whilst the other 3 look at each other. Noah Woodhouse of BCC Race Team, and realising the danger, Niall Monks tries to come around the outside. Had to make a big loop around Oliver Pettifer of Enhanced, but Monks continues his charge. Niall Monks from Glasgow Race Team is through to the front of the race, and Pettifer still giving chase, but he won't close down Monks in the final run to the line. So it's going to be Niall Monks of the Glasgow Track RC who takes victory in repechage heat number 1.
We've not seen anyone win the keirin from the front yet today.
Well, yes, the element of surprise, of course, well, the riders at the back while the battle is going on at the front. So credit to Noah Woodhouse, because while they were busy looking at each other, he decided to have a little look off the front and accelerate away. But of course, the great pace shown by Niall Monks there to come around, particularly the little battle he had with Oliver Pettifer coming off corner 4 with a lap to go. But proved to be successful for Niall Monks of the Glasgow Track Racing Team. 5 more repechage heats to go. The next one, heat number 2, will feature Philip Lomas from ESV Manchester, William Munday from the Glasgow Track RC, Hayden Norris of Team Inspired, and Aaron Pope of the University of Exeter Cycling Club.
On the track now we have Hayden Norris of Team Inspired underneath him. We have Aaron Pope, University of Exeter Cycling Club. In position 3, we have William Munday, Glasgow Track Racing Club. And at the top of the track, we have Philip Lomas, ESV Manchester.
So can we see another team-inspired rider go through into the semi-finals? Hayden Norris is the man in the lineup here in the dark green and gold of Team Inspired. University of Exeter Cycling Club's Aaron Pope leads us away in the slightly brighter green colours.
Well, this is going to be a battle with our riders. We know all these riders are tactically good, so should be interesting to see what happens.
The rider at the back there, showing the new colours of ESV Manchester, that pale blue. That's Philip Lomas. Immediately ahead of him, we've got William Munday of the Glasgow Track RC. And it's Hayden Norris of Team Inspired, and still Aaron Pope firmly attached. Well, not quite attached, but you know what I mean. He's right on the back wheel of the Derny. suppose that might be considered cheating if you're attached to the back wheel of the Derny. So 3 laps to go when they come into the home straight this time. Little gaps between all the riders here, so they've all got room to manoeuvre. And the first to manoeuvre out of the line is William Munday of Glasgow Track Racing Team. Hayden Norris responds, and here comes Philip Lomas from the back. Aaron Pope begins to struggle slightly. Hayden Norris takes the lead here from Munday. Still 2 laps to go. Can Pope wind it up from the back? Yes, well, he's starting to make his move now. Looked like he might have been being left behind, but he's been saving his energies for the final lap of the track, and this is it right now. Hayden Norris took a long one, still he's on the front. Pope, though, once again loses contact, going backwards. No coming back from that this time. This is between Hayden Norris and William Munday, and it's going to be Team Inspire's Hayden Norris who crosses the line ahead of William Munday, and Norris goes into the next round, the semi-finals.
Well, I just said we hadn't had a keirin race won from the front, and that has just changed. Hayden Norris rode that one from the front and managed to hold off the other riders, staying out of trouble. Maybe quite a clever thing to do in the repechage. Indeed.
We shall see how he continues to fare in the competition when we see him line up in the semi-finals. But we've got 4 more repechage heats yet to go before we'll know the full lineup of those semi-finals. And next heat will be coming to the track momentarily, doing a bit of last-minute arm stretching as he walks out onto trackside. For Wales Racing Academy is Ewan Davis. We've also got Lewis Arthur from the Glasgow Track Racing Team, Ryan Phillips from Damasio, and Harry Radford of Enhanced. Those are the 4 riders. Those of you watching our live stream will see that information on your screens. Those of you here inside the velodrome will see it on the scoreboard. So there we go. That's the lineup for the next heat of the men's keirin repechage. So our starter, Phil Pollard, down there on the start line, indicating where he would like the first rider to be to leave sufficient passage for the Derny to go underneath. Obligingly delivered to said spot is Lewis Arthur from the Glasgow Track Racing Team. Next up in the line for Wales Racing Academy is Ewan Davis in the grey colours of Enhanced, Harry Radford, and at the top of the track in the black with the blue stripe for Damasio is Ryan Phillips. Coaches look round, ready themselves to launch their charges away from the line. As you were saying before, Charlene, the art of the coach launching you as quickly as possible down the track has kind of been muted a little bit by drawing for positions. You just have to take up position in the order you drew on the start line.
Yes, it certainly has changed from the past. However, these riders have to select their gear before they step foot on the track, and they have really big gears in the keirin because the Derny's bringing them up to speed. So it's important that their coach does give them a push off that line, because it's almost like they don't want to do a standing start to take anything out of their legs. Yeah, I guess that will be marching orders for said coach if that were to happen. But let's see how this one plays out over the next 4 laps. Well, starting to make a little move from the back already is Ryan Phillips from Damasio. Realising that's happening is Ewan Davis. He moves out a little bit. So the battle going on here even before the Derny's left the track. That's fine as long as they don't go past the Derny whilst it's still on the track. But they're ready to launch themselves as soon as it turns left in the home straight. So Lewis Arthur still at the front here for Glasgow Race Team. But having moved forward, gone back now, coming forward again is Ryan Phillips for Damasio.
Keeps finding himself at the back once again, though, as the accelerations continue. And keeping a very watchful eye here is Ewan Davis, Wales Racing Academy. Davis is taking on Arthur at the front now. Be 1 lap to go. Well, Ewan Davis starting to fade for Wales Racing Academy. Lewis Arthur, though, hanging onto that lead position. And he's now being challenged by Harry Radford of Enhanced. So it's Arthur and Radford who are going to fight it out for the one available place in this repechage heat. And Lewis Arthur, well, there you go. He won that one from the front, pretty much. So the tables have been turned a little bit here. Despite all the battles going on around him, Lewis Arthur concentrated himself on the effort of staying on the front, and he managed to prevail over the other three and makes progress into the semi-finals.
Yeah, didn't want to leave anything to chance there. In the repechage, it's your last chance, so you need to make sure you are at the front of the race and not try any different tactics. So riding from the front seems to be the way forward in these repechage races.
Just be aware, of course, that normal sprinting rules apply. So once a rider is inside that red line, the rider trying to go past them has to go around the outside for fear of penalty being imposed by our race officials. And Lewis Arthur held that red line very well indeed all the way through those final couple of laps. So the lap board is reset to 6. We reset ourselves ready for the next heat. 4 more riders will come onto the track to try and secure a place in the semi-finals. They will be Daniel Cooper of Team Terminator, Jacob Davis of PDQ Cycle Coaching, Harry Leddingham-Horn of Team Inspired, and Anthony Young of Glasgow Track RC. It's Harry Leddingham-Horn, the sprint champion, who takes up position at the bottom of the track. Was beaten into second place in his heat by Benjamin Gill. So I don't think Harry Leddingham-Horn was necessarily planning on coming back through the repechage, but I'm sure he wants to try and dominate this one to ensure he goes into the semi-finals with a chance of adding another gold medal to his already burgeoning collection over this National Championship weekend. So it is Harry Leddingham-Horn on the inside. Above him, for Team Terminator, is Daniel Cooper. For PDQ Cycle Coaching, Jacob Davis is next in line, and Anthony Young of Glasgow Track RC is on the outside. So Harry Leddingham-Horn, having drawn that inside position, is the rider who has to take up position behind the Derny.
So I wonder if we'll see the riders start to move forward in the line before the Derny peels off again. It seems to be the tactic going forward for these repechage races. No one really wants to be at the back and leave it to chance.
Well, we saw that from Ryan Phillips in the previous heat, didn't we? But a couple of times he came forward, and then when the sprint began in earnest, he was still at the back. So it wasn't necessarily the most successful tactic he could have employed. But if Harry Leddingham-Horn wants to go through here, he's going to try and hang on to that lead position. I'm sure he won't want to try and fight back if someone goes past him. So I imagine this might be quite a long sprint when the Derny leaves the track. We'll find out in a lap's time, because that will be the moment when the riders are left to their own devices. They've reached a speed of 50 kilometres per hour. Harry Leddingham-Horn looks over his shoulder. Already a little move here. The red helmet on the head of Anthony Young for the Glasgow Track RC. He's up into third place, now to second. Now he draws level with Harry Leddingham-Horn. Team Inspired rider looks over his shoulder, but danger man here is Anthony Young. He's already opened the gap of a bike length plus ahead of the other three. Still 2 laps to go, still time to fight back here. Leddingham-Horn very concerned by the 2 riders behind. He keeps looking over his shoulder, seeing if they are going to attack him as well. But he needs to concentrate on closing the gap to the Glasgow rider in front of him, because he is running away with this keirin heat at the moment. The sprint champion under pressure here. Harry Leddingham-Horn finally accelerates around the outside. He's taken the black line rider with him as well, Jacob Davis. Here they come. Sorry, Daniel Cooper, I should say. Here they come towards the line. Harry Leddingham-Horn will get that one ahead of Daniel Cooper, but he left it late. And, well, that was definitely a worthwhile attempt by Anthony Young to leave the rest of them behind, trying to power away all through that sprint, but eventually the greater pace of the sprint champion, Harry Leddingham-Horn, secures him the place in the keirin semi-final. our live stream viewers getting the opportunity to re-watch the final run to the line here.
Daniel Cooper's absolutely amazing lunge for the line as well.
It was indeed, but fortunately for Harry Ledingham-Horn, he was sufficiently far in front that Cooper's lunge didn't pay off for him.
A lunge for the line can definitely win the race for you, though.
I think we saw it yesterday in one of the sprint heats, if memory serves me correctly. It was quite a substantial throw of the bike across the line. 2 more heats remain in the men's keirin repechage. Riders all ready to come to the track for the next one. Bo Mayer of Enhanced will take on SES Racing's Tom White. We've also got Bram Ottewell from BCC Race Team and Jeremy Franks from the Glasgow Track RC. Those are the 4 riders who will do battle in repechage heat number 5. And I think you'll find that is the order in which they will come to the line. Started just checking all riders are ready to go. Little nod of the head says yes, bring it on. So we will. Spark up the Derny again as it sets off for its destination here in the home straight. Picking up riders en route at 30 kilometers per hour. Riders pushed into the fray as the Derny comes through in the home straight, and they arrange themselves in the required order behind it. Well, the unique thing about the keirin, as far as most people are concerned, is that little Derny bike. Part petrol-powered, part human-powered, the distinctive noise it makes. There have been attempts to replace it with an arguably more environmentally friendly electric Derny bikes, but there is not the same atmosphere inside a velodrome when you have the hushed silence of an electric Derny swooping around the track. So it's nice we have the real thing here. Piloted by Pip Taylor.
We've got 1 lap to go till the Derny peels off, and this is where riders will be starting to think about their game plan. Do they want to stay at the back or move forward? Everyone's looking round, wondering who's going to make that first move.
Well, Jeremy Franks is the man at the back. Conscious of that is Bram Ottewell of BCC Race Team, who looks over his shoulder. Derny departs. Still Enhanced Bo Mayer is at the front, but it is in fact the BCC Race Team rider Bram Ottewell who is first to try and move up the line. He draws level with the rider on the front, Bo Mayer, but while he's doing that, we've also seen the rider from Glasgow come around the outside here, Jeremy Franks. Franks takes up the lead with 1.5 laps to go, starting to open the gap. Can the others come back at him? Just over 250 metres to go as they come into the banking here. This is a big gap here for Jeremy Franks of the Glasgow Race Team. Chasing hard is Bo Mayer, but Franks, can he hold on? It's going to be close on the line, but he has got that inside line. It's a big challenge from Mayer at that finish line, but it's going to be Jeremy Franks of the Glasgow Track RC who'll be our winner of repechage heat number 5. Yet another win from the back, Charlie. I think if we were keeping score, that would certainly be the most favoured option at the moment.
From the back to the front.
Yep, that's the one. Working very effectively for Jeremy Franks of Glasgow Track RC. So we've got 1 more heat to go, 1 more repechage heat, 1 more chance for a place in the semi-final. Harvey McNaughton for the Wales Racing Academy. We've got Daniel Cutler for Blackline, Marcus Hiley for Team Inspired, and Isaac Small for the D-Side Thistle CC. That will be the starting order for this 6th and final repechage heat. In fact, a little change to that, because it seems that Isaac Small has slotted himself into third place there, when the rider at the top of the track is in fact Marcus Hiley of Team Inspired. Gunfire gets the final repechage heat away from the line. All close together at the moment. Quite touching wheels, but no real gaps in which to manoeuvre yet. Harvey McNaughton with home track advantage here, riding for the Wales Racing Academy.
Advantage of being in that front spot as well. We've seen it's a very sought after spot, and he'll be wanting to keep it right up until the end.
So the Team Inspired rider Marcus Hiley poised at the back here, just ahead of him Isaac Small. That hypnotic rotation of his rear disc wheel. The Derny departs. And Isaac Small extricates himself from third place, tries to draw level with Daniel Cutler. Hayden Norris has decided he wants the... Marcus Hiley, I should say, has decided he wants the lead position via the inside route, but there's no way through. He's caught in the box here with both McNaughton and Cutler ahead of him. 1 lap to go. Cutler looks over his shoulder. Small is the danger man here, as it still Hiley can't extricate himself from behind the wheel of Harvey McNaughton. McNaughton holding on to the lead position. They come into the finishing straight. Can Harvey McNaughton take it? Oh, well, Marcus Hiley left that very late indeed. What do we think, folks? Did he get it? I hesitate to commit. So we've had a look at the replay on our screen. 66.104 kilometers per hour for that final run to the line. I think Marcus Hiley might just have snuck that one. And our scoreboard confirms it. Our live stream viewers will get the chance to watch it here from our live stream cameras. And another throw at the line for the bike. So, well, that really did leave it late. Looked like Marcus Hiley couldn't extricate himself from behind Harvey McNaughton, but he managed to come around the outside at the last moment and adds another team-inspired rider to the list of combatants for the semi-finals.
Yes, he was lucky that Daniel Cutler there started to go backwards in that last half lap to give him enough room to come out and around Harvey McNaughton. So our next event on track here this afternoon will be the paracycling mixed scratch final. Scratch race over 40 laps of the track, 10 kilometres. Well, described as a mixed scratch final. It's a mix of paracycling categories, and also we have got one female rider in here. That's Daphne Schrager for Damasio, double gold medalist across the championships this weekend.
11 riders in total will take the start. The start list is on your screens if you're watching on our live stream, and also here inside the velodrome as well. Will Bergfeldt, who finished second in this race last year to Finlay Graham. Martin Hailstone was third 12 months ago. Again, he takes a start here. Nicholas Fairfield, he was in 5th place. He lines up for City Road Club Hull. The world champion bands down there as the riders gather ready for the start on the shoulders of Finlay Graham. So this is the rolling lap. The starter is happy they're all together. He'll fire the gun to get this one underway. So Finlay Graham, easy to spot in those rainbow bands, a world champion. Will Bergfeldt, last year's second place finisher and silver medalist in the all-black colours. He's riding for 0503. Well, a mix of paracycling categories here. So some riders faster than others, as you would expect. So this race could well split into numerous distinct groups. That's exactly what happened last year, if memory serves me correctly. Nicholas Fairfield of City Road Club Hull, who was the 5th place finisher last year, is a man on the front currently.
Bunch still all together.
Could see Daphne Schrager in there for Damasio. She is about halfway down the field at the moment. So being a scratch race, there are no point sprints or anything like that. It's all about the first 3 riders across the line. So Finlay Graham, his home track is the National Cycling Centre in Manchester, and he's a regular competitor at the Friday night Manchester Regional Track League Racing. He's got a great turn of speed in the scratch races and point races, so he'll definitely be one of the favourites here to defend his title from 12 months ago.
Daphne Schrager on the front at the moment, trying to keep that pace high, obviously wanting a nice hard race. Fast race sometimes will benefit a rider, but it does take a lot out of the legs being in front of the bunch for a long time.
Ben Hetherington is the man bringing up the rear, who is obviously favouring a slightly different tactic of hanging on at the moment, hoping that pace doesn't increase too much just yet. Still 32 laps to go. So it's Nicholas Fairfield in second wheel for the City Road Club Hull. Riding in third is Archie Atkinson. What a great championship he has had. Real revelation for Parity.
And that's Martin Hailstone just making the move to come over the top. Little gaps appearing now.
That's the first serious attack. Hailstone looking over his shoulder. The rider who's gone with him is the rider who was looking at the back, as pointed out just a few moments ago, Ben Hetherington from What Shop. But neither rider fully committed to that, and the main field will have them back in the grasp momentarily. That's seen Daphne Schrager go from one end of the pack to the other as well. That's an increase in pace. She was trying to keep a moderate speed on the front, but that acceleration in pursuit of those two breakaway riders has caused her to now hang on at the rear of the peloton. 29 laps to go. Our next move, not long in coming. This is going to be Bergfeldt and Graham, the two favourites really for this race, along with Archie Atkinson, who is a bit of an unknown quantity in this event. Didn't ride it last year, but he's proven himself to be a worthy competitor over the 3 days of these national championships. And these three riders on the charge now, and that has caused all kinds of panic behind. Desperately trying to regain that is Ryan Taylor of the Ilkeston CC, the rider in the black and tan colours, as it were, in fourth place. Finlay Graham on the front, followed by Atkinson, followed by Bergfeldt, followed by Taylor. Next best is Charlie Stanton Stock and the Loughborough University Student Cycling Club colours, the predominantly purple colours for him. 26 laps to go. Will Bergfeldt 05.03.
Will Bergfeldt,
Atkinson and Graham. Sorry, Charlie, go ahead.
Will Bergfeldt really trying to get a gap here, and it looks like he has. No one's wanting to chase, so it could be on now to try to get that lap.
Well, the other two chasers are about to be joined by Ryan Taylor. It's been a good chase by Ryan Taylor, but just as he almost got on, they've speed up as well. Will Bergfeldt, with 24 to go, is the head of the race. Second place is Archie Atkinson, then Finlay Graham. Ryan Taylor in fourth. Rest of the field almost half a lap behind now.
Looks like Finlay Graham doesn't want to go through here. He wants Archie Atkinson to do all the work to pull back in Will Bergfeldt. Well, and he's made a move over the top. Doesn't want to drag him along.
Wasn't swift enough progress for the man in the world champion jersey, so Finlay Graham was accelerated. And that was almost like a sprint battle, wasn't it? With Atkinson in front of Graham, and now Graham has had to go to the front of Atkinson, and Atkinson has willingly dropped onto his wheel now to get a little bit of slipstream too. They've almost made contact with Bergfeldt. So your three leading riders are at corner 3 now. The main field just exiting corner 4.
Well, these two riders are looking at each other, and while they do this, Will Bergfeldt is coming up to the back of the bunch. He's got the bunch in his sights now.
Well, those two having their own little private battle here, but Will Bergfeldt's going to be the first rider to catch the main field for a lap. Not long before Finlay Graham and Archie Atkinson will do that as well. Can Ryan Taylor also make the lap gain? He's a little bit further back, but Finlay Graham and Archie Atkinson also gained the lap. So Bergfeldt, Graham and Atkinson are the leading 3 riders on the track. Head of the race at the moment is the man still trying to make that lap. Number 175, Ryan Taylor from the Ilkeston CC. But if it comes down to the final sprint, he's actually in 4th place in the race currently, with those other 3 riders having made the lap gain already. 18 laps that time through, 17 to go next time.
Everyone's sitting up now, no one wanting to take the front.
Well, Bergfeldt, Graham and Atkinson having a little breather here. That gives an opportunity for a rider to go on the attack at the front, and also for Ryan Taylor to also try and latch on for the lap gain as well. Now the lead 3 are going to be watchful of this. They won't want that group to gain a lap and neutralise their lap, as it were. So this is when things get slightly complicated. The leading riders in terms of the race are at the back currently. And Ryan Taylor still not quite there. It's been a valiant effort from Taylor. But look, here comes Finlay Graham. He's decided that's enough sitting in the wheels for me. I'm going to have a look around the outside here. Looks over to see where Bergfeldt and Atkinson are. They know they have to follow Finlay Graham. So as they make a break off the front of the main field, Ryan Taylor gets closer and closer to gaining his lap. He's still in 4th place on the track. Still the head of the race as the rider until he gets onto the back of that group. Then that will revert to Finlay Graham, Archie Atkinson and Will Bergfeldt.
Well, Will Bergfeldt went through like a steam train there, almost trying to drop Archie from his wheel.
Well, it's a really intriguing battle here. Ryan Taylor still not quite on to the back of that group.
He's coming up to it though.
So he's being thrown as the head of the race, which he is. But of course the leaders of the race, the 3 riders who've already gained the lap, are once again engaged in battle here in the finishing straight with 12 laps to go. Archie Atkinson looking up at Finlay Graham. Will Bergfeldt just taking a little rest in the wheels of the other 2. That attacking move that he hoped might drop those 2 did not prove fruitful. So they've been brought back by the main field. And meanwhile, Ryan Taylor has caught up with the main field. So 4 leading riders now. That's Archie Atkinson, Finlay Graham, Will Bergfeldt and Ryan Taylor. They have got a 1-lap advantage. 9 to go. So even if those 4 riders finish in the midst of the bunch or off the back of it, they will still be the ones fighting it out for the medal positions. 2 kilometres remaining. Now, which of those 4, if indeed it happens, is going to launch the next move? We saw Bergfeldt trying to go clear. Finlay Graham had a little look. Is Archie Atkinson considering a similar tactic? He's looking at Finlay Graham at the moment. He knows he's surrounded by those riders with whom he's going to be fighting out the medal positions here. 7 to go.
That's it, the 4 of them in a line now and all looking at each other because they know that the medals are between themselves.
Meanwhile, the battle for 5th place amongst everyone else in that main field. 6 laps to go. Here goes the attack, though. Bergfeldt, once again, is the instigator of the move. Finlay Graham responds. Archie Atkinson goes too. Well, Bergfeldt once again sitting up. So he went away, but immediately saw the response from Graham and Atkinson. Now look at this, Ryan Taylor has come through the middle. Ryan Taylor is now on the front. He is the leader of the race with 5 laps to go. Wow, real intriguing battle here. Having taken that time to gain the lap, he's still in the same relative position in the race as Finlay Graham, Will Bergfeldt and Archie Atkinson. And whilst they continue to look at each other, Ryan Taylor is making hay while the sun shines. The Ilkeston CC rider can't quite believe his luck here. Looks over his shoulder, 4 laps to go. Come on, folks, get behind him. He's in a great battle here for the mixed paracycling scratch race. Will Bergfeldt has realised the danger that Taylor presents and once again puts in the attack. Here come Atkinson and Graham. Charlie Stanton Stock just slightly impeding Will Bergfeldt as they came around the corner, not intentionally though. So Archie Atkinson looks behind. Ryan Taylor, though, still the rider on the front, still the leader of this race, just 2 laps to go. And the other 3, they are still thinking about things here. Well, Ryan Taylor from Ilkeston, who'd have thought it? There he is, going down the back straight with 1 lap to go. Where's the challenge from the other 3? Did they not realise he gained the lap later on in the race after they did? Obviously not. So, come on, Ryan Taylor. We're seeing Ilkeston CC going to get into the national record books here. These 3 are sprinting out thinking they're going for the win. They're actually going for 2nd place because Taylor is still clear. Here comes Ryan Taylor towards the line. Remember, he is the 4th rider who gained that lap, so he's across the line first. 2nd place for Finlay Graham, celebrating, but no, Ryan Taylor was ahead of him on the track. Well, what a great race that was for the paracycling mixed scratch final.
Yep, they were all too busy looking at each other.
That's right. So Ryan Taylor gained the lap shortly after Atkinson, Bergfeldt and Graham. And they let him go off the front. Well, there you go.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great race, but I'm sure Finley Graham, when he realises what had happened there, won't be quite so pleased as he was when he crossed the line.
Always got to watch the commissaires, who's the front of the race.
So we will see the medal ceremony for that one a little bit later as well. And we're going to move on now to the men's team pursuit finals. So the result confirmed, Ryan Taylor is the winner of the paracycling mixed scratch race. Second place for Will Bergfeldt, third for Finley Graham, fourth for Archie Atkinson. I'm sure all his fellow members of the Ilkeston CC will be raising a glass to Ryan Taylor tonight to celebrate a national title. So just some repairs being carried out on the track before racing continues. All seems to be well now. So the start gates coming out in home and back straight for the men's team pursuit finals over 16 laps of the track. I can tell you the 7th, 8th place ride have withdrawn. That would have been the team of Tap Endura. So if you have an earlier version of the start list, that will have a 7th, 8th position on it. That match will not take place. We'll have a 5th and 6th place ride off between Team Scotland and Tafoti Everyone Active. Team Scotland will start in the home straight and Tafoti Everyone Active will start in the back straight by virtue of the fact they were slower in the qualification round than Team Scotland. So the riders lined up ready for this one. It's Team Scotland in the home straight, Tafoti Everyone Active in the back straight. 16 laps of the track. 5th to 8th place ride-off gets underway. In fact, just for 5th to 6th place, this one. And representing Team Scotland, Joseph Cosgrove, Aaron Dick, Callum Moore and Elliot Rowe. And for Tofoti, everyone active in the back straight, Max Bufton, Denham Edwards, Thomas Patterson and Dexter Mansell Thomas.
Well, that was Elliot Rowe that got Team Scotland underway, still at the front of the formation of 4. They finished with 4 this morning, so we'll see if they can do the same this evening, but it all depends on what their game plan is and whether they will go faster finishing with 4 than 3, because it all depends on how fresh the legs are feeling.
If you weren't with us earlier in the day, either here in the Velodrome or indeed watching our live stream, and you're not totally familiar with what happens in the team pursuit, well, we take the time off the 3rd rider to finish. So even though 4 riders start, you can finish with 3, and very often teams will drop the 4th rider within sight of the finish, or some drop them actually earlier in the race. And they take turns on the front, swing off, around the back of the line. Once you're riding the slipstream of a rider in front, you're saving almost 30% of the effort as required at the front, so that's why they change positions. And of course, millimetre perfection required in those changes. In these finals, if a team catch another team, then the final will be brought to a conclusion by the firing of a gun, or the team can elect to continue for a time if they wish, if they were close to a national record or a personal best or something like that.
At the moment, Tofoti, everyone active, currently in the lead. Oh, and Team Scotland just taking that lead.
Both teams making a good start, very evenly matched over the opening kilometre. We're almost at the halfway point now. And in this head-to-head for the finals, teams and their coaches either side of the track. And you can see the relative position of each team as they go across the line each time. And well, early loss of rider 4 for Tofoti, everyone active.
And the Scotland coach in the home straight, just walking the line for Team Scotland, letting them know that they're on schedule.
Well, as Charlene said, Team Scotland finished all 4 riders this morning, which is relatively unusual. Usually the last rider will drop off even just with a lap or so to go, to make sure that the other 3 have the full width of the finish line, to make sure they don't lose any time on the 3rd rider. And obviously it worked for them, because they're here in this 5th and 6th place ride-off and having clocked a faster time than Tofoti, everyone active in qualification earlier today. And they are still ahead by some margin as well. So good ride here from Team Scotland.
They'll be aiming to see if they can better their time from this morning. They're all first-year juniors, so great to see them on the track representing the future.
Absolutely, of course, they have the wonderful facility up in Glasgow of the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome, in which to train and hone their technique. United Kingdom very well blessed for 250-metre indoor tracks, just like this one here in Newport in South Wales, the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales, and this is where the action is being played out on this final day of the British Cycling National Track Championships. We're reaching the closing stages of this 5th and 6th place ride-off in the men's team pursuit final. Team Scotland are ahead of Tofoti, everyone active.
And we just seen the Team Scotland coach just walking towards them, letting them know they need to speed up a little bit if they're going for a time. And now they're ahead.
Lap to go for Scotland. They will, Tofoti, everyone active will just avoid being caught here as we're into the final lap. Scotland have distanced the 4th rider. That doesn't matter, the time is taken on the 3rd rider across the line, and the clock will stop in 4:11.795, and that is a considerable, almost 4-second improvement on the ride from this morning. So Team Scotland, I'm sure, will be pleased with that. A young squad, as Charlene said, and that's a good performance. 4:11.795 for Scotland. The time for Tofoti, everyone active, was 4:17.504.
Yes, that is a lot of seconds off the clock from only this morning, and it can be to do with the temperature in the velodrome, the air pressure, also the chats they've had with their coaches, maybe changing tactics, and whatever they did seems to have worked.
Well, interestingly, both teams are about 4 seconds faster than this morning. It wasn't just Scotland who increased the pace. Tofoti, everyone active, did as well.
Brilliant.
So in the final analysis for these teams, even though they weren't in contention for a medal, I'm sure they'll be pleased with that improved performance the second half of the day. So we now do move into the medal rides, the first of which will be for the bronze medal. Contesting this one and starting in the home straight will be the team of Fensham House MAS Design, represented by Alex Belden, Matthew Brennan, Jed Smithson and Ben Wiggins, and their opponents in the back straight. This is sure to produce a roar here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales, because it is Team Wales who start in the back straight. Harry Codd, Sam Fisher, Will Salter and Finlay Tarling. So the bike's secured in the gate, so the countdown begins. The other riders climb on board. So the bronze medal final for the men's team pursuit. Fensham House MAS Design in the home straight and Team Wales in the back straight. And that looked like Will Salter leading the Team Wales team away from the line. And it is Matthew Brennan on the front for the MAS Design team. First 2 laps completed, first couple of changes made.
Well, this Fensham House MAS Design looking very fast this evening.
It's a very competent lineup indeed. Anyone that contains the name Wiggins is sure to set you in good stead for a good team pursuit squad. But of course, the other riders equally powerful. Jed Smithson, Matthew Brennan and Alex Belden. So Wales will know they're in a battle here. And Fensham House were faster in qualification this morning as well. That's why they started in the home straight. Let's see if that increase in pace that was reflected in the times of both teams in the 5th and 6th place ride also has an effect here on this bronze medal final. The advantage is 1.064 of a second in favour of Fensham House MAS Design at the moment. Again, it comes back to whether home track advantage can play into this. Of course, your home crowd cheering you on, and boards you're very familiar with. Benefit for Team Wales. The raw pace of Fensham House MAS Design is proving more effective at the moment. Still very much within the compass of Wales to bring this one back. Only 1.3 seconds the advantage at the halfway point.
Well, 2 very well-drilled teams here. You can see how close they are to the wheels in front of them, and this doesn't come without practice.
Indeed not. Starts practiced repeatedly. The changes as well. And it proves of a benefit when you come to competition. Now the first rider dropped for Wales. That's Will Salter, the man who led them away from the line. So that leaves Harry Codd, Sam Fisher and Finlay Tarling to complete the distance for the men in the red and black, Team Wales. Fensham House still with all 4 riders. 5 laps to go. They still have the upper hand. Wales have never been ahead, and in fact have fallen a little further behind now. 2.352 the deficit for the home team. I'm sure they might appreciate a bit of extra support from our entirely unbiased crowd here inside the velodrome here in Newport, South Wales. But you can't deny the potent performance here of Fensham Howe's MAS design, looking more and more likely to secure the bronze medal here. 3.451 now is the gap in favour of the home straight team. Finally, they drop their fourth rider as well. So 3-play-3 now with 2 laps to go. But as Wales exit the end of the home straight, Fensham Howe's enter the other end of it. So that's an indication of how the gap has grown in favour of Fensham Howe's in the last half of this ride. 7.590 now. Well, this is going to be a good time here for Fensham Howe's. Keeping our eye very much on the clock. Here they go, accelerating down the back straight.
Still on the front there. I think that's almost a 3-lap turn.
Well, yeah, real powerhouse. And across the line, they will take that one. 4:03.774, the time that will bring the bronze medal to Fensham Howe's MAS design. 4:09.175 is in fact the time. That might be incorrect, the time you're seeing on the board. But we will confirm that for you. No doubt, though, that Fensham Howe's MAS design were the winners of that race. But we do need to correct that time because that indicates that Wales had won that one, and that, of course, was not the case. So, good job done by Alex Belden, Matthew Brennan, Jed Smithson and Ben Wiggins, bringing a bronze medal to the team of Fensham Howe's MAS design.
Some of these riders have also been trying to qualify in the scratch race for this evening. So we'll have a lot of very tired legs coming up in that scratch race, which sometimes can make for exciting racing. Who's got the most endurance?
Well, just getting confirmation from our manual timekeeper down there in the home straight, Leslie Dunnington, that the time for Fensham Howe's was indeed 4:03.77. So, again, an improvement on their ride this morning. And they did a 4:07, a considerable improvement, in fact. So conditions definitely more conducive to team pursuiting here inside the velodrome this afternoon. Now, there was only one team who went inside 4 minutes this morning, and they, of course, are in the home straight in the gold medal final. I'm referring to the riders from St Piran, Josh Charlton, Will Roberts, Charlie Tanfield, the individual pursuit gold medalist, and William Tidball line up for the men in black, St Piran in the home straight. Their opponents in the back straight will be BC East Midlands region, Sebastian Gary, Michael Gill, Will Perrott and Tom Ward. Well, as you're watching our live stream, we'll be able to view the conversation between our starter Phil Pollard and our clerk of the course in the home straight, Carol Lee. No idea what they're talking about. Who knows? But we are ready to bring those riders out. St Piran squad waiting patiently, but no doubt anxious to get out on track. Gold and silver medal final is about to come out onto the track. So the starting lineup for St Piran in the home straight. In the gate is Will Tidball, man 2 Charlie Tanfield, man 3 Will Roberts, and man 4 Josh Charlton. For BC East Midlands region, in the gate Michael Gill, man 2 Tom Ward, man 3 Sebastian Gary, and man 4 Will Perrott.
Both teams off to a good start.
What a national championships it has been for St Piran, making their first serious tilt at these national track cycling championships as a team. And no doubt Ricky Pascoe and Jenny down there in Cornwall, who've been cheering them on from afar, are absolutely delighted with the performance of the St Piran squad. Can they line up for another gold medal here in the team pursuit? Well, they're the only team to beat 4 minutes this morning in qualification, 3:58.803. Time for BC East Midlands is 4:02.295.
Both teams looking classy in their black attire. Will Perrott at the front there with his orange overshoes, so you can tell him apart from the rest of his team.
Will Perrott, of course, that storming ride in the points race last night. 3 lap gains. Now here he is in the team pursuit, trying to bring a bronze medal, a gold medal, I should say, home for BC East Midlands. But they know they've got a strong challenge from St Piran. St Piran are ahead, but only by 0.4 of a second at this stage. They have the individual pursuit gold medalist Charlie Tanfield in their number, of course. Charlie Tanfield joining St Piran from the now defunct Ribble Well-Tight team. .032 of a second in favour of the St Piran team currently. Will Roberts just on the back of the St Piran squad, having done his turn on the front. BC East Midlands still going very well indeed. In fact, the gap now to just .014 of a second. Well, St Piran will have to hope they didn't leave it all out on the track this morning in the qualification round. They're being pressed hard at the moment by BC East Midlands region.
Well, that's Will Perrott coming up for a 2-lap turn, still on the front.
Well, the St Piran director sportif down there, Steve Lampier, is absolutely willing his riders on here.
And that is Will Perrott, did a big 3-lap turn, peeled off. There's only 3 left in both teams now.
We're down to the closing kilometre here. Still advantage for St Piran. And the gap is still less than a second, .761. Can they pull it out of the remaining laps here? Speeding through, go West Midlands, even East Midlands, close enough. And, well, they're still not out of this one yet. .856 the advantage, still in favour of St Piran. As they turn into the back straight, East Midlands come into the home straight. Gap now for the first time is more than a second in favour of St Piran, 1.061. Well, can East Midlands do anything about this in the closing lap? Here comes St Piran lining up for the finish, lining up for the gold medal. St Piran are the national team pursuit champions. Gold medal winners, 3:55.897. That is almost 3 seconds faster than their qualification time this morning. And BC East Midlands region put up a great fight, 3:57.358. That is 5 seconds faster than their qualification time this morning. But well done to Josh Charlton, to Will Roberts, to Charlie Tanfield and William Tidball. St Piran are your men's team pursuit national champions. And don't forget that great performance too for the bronze medal from Fensham House MAS Design. We'll see that medal ceremony a little bit later. So next on our programme here on this final afternoon of the British Cycling National Track Championships in Newport, we will have the first of this afternoon session's medal ceremonies for the women's 500-metre time trial. Also be presenting the medals for the men's team pursuit as well. Also on the competition programme, still lots of great racing yet to come. We're into the semi-final stage of the men's keirin after the completion of our medal ceremonies. And we've got the women's team sprint and the women point race final, and then the men's keirin and the men's scratch race finals to bring these national championships to a close. So still plenty of racing to come. Hope you're enjoying the action, both here inside the velodrome and on our live stream across the world, wherever you are. And we'll bring you our medal ceremony just as soon as we can. The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023, women's 500-metre time trial. The medals and flowers will be presented by leader of Newport City Council, Councillor Jane Mudd. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Team Inspired, Lauren Bell. Winner of the silver medal, representing Team Inspired, Sophie Capewell. Winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Team Inspired, Emma Finucane. The flowers will now be presented by leader of Newport City Council, Councillor Jane Mudd. Please congratulate all our national championship medalists.
The medal ceremony for the British Cycling Track Championships 2023 Para-Cycling Women's C1 to 3 Scratch Race. The medal and flowers will be presented by Acting CEO, British Cycling, Danielle Every. The winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing DiMaggio, Daphne Schringer.
That's got to be their decision in terms of what they're happy with. We do. We can make suggestions and whatnot, but that's got to be their, they've got to be happy with. Yes, exactly. It's their decision. Great. I'll confirm those with you in a second.
Please congratulate our national champion. The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023 Paracycling Men's C1 to 3 Scratch Race. The medals and flowers will be presented by Leader of Newport City Council, Councillor Jane Mudd. The winner of the bronze medal, riding as a BC member, Jacob Smith. The winner of the silver medal, representing Para T, Finlay Graham. The winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Ilkeston Cycling Club, Ryan Taylor. The flowers will now be presented by Leader of Newport City Council, Councillor Jane Mudd. Please congratulate all our National Championship medalists. The medal ceremony for the British Cycling Track Championships 2023 Paracycling Men's C4 to 5 Scratch Race. The medals and flowers will be presented by CEO Newport Live, Steve Ward. The winner of the bronze medal, representing Pool Wheelers Cycling Club, Mark Valentine. Winner of the silver medal, representing Para T, Archie Atkinson. Winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing St. Piran, Will Bergfield. The flowers will now be presented by CEO Newport Live, Steve Ward. Please congratulate all our national championship medalists.
The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023, men's team pursuit. The medals and flowers will be presented by CEO Newport Live, Steve Ward. Winners of the bronze medals: Fensham House MAS Design, Alex Belden, Matthew Brennan, Jed Smithson, Ben Wiggins. Winners of the silver medals: BC East Midlands Region, Sebastian Gary, Michael Gill, Will Perrott, Tom Ward. Winners of the gold medals and national champions: St. Piran, Josh Charlton, Will Roberts, Charlie Tanfield, William Tidball. The flowers will now be presented by CEO Newport Live, Steve Ward. Please congratulate all our National Championship medalists. So we're getting ready to resume our competition programme here on this final day of the British Cycling National Track Championships of 2023. And we're into the semi-finals of the men's keirin competition. 6 riders per semi-final, of which the winning 3, or the 3 first riders across the line, will go into the major final from each heat, and the losing 3 from each heat will go into the minor final for places 7 through to 12. So the riders just completing the draw for their starting positions for the first heat. Journey getting warmed up on the side of the track. So coming out for this heat will be Oliver Alloul of ESV Manchester, Lewis Arthur of Glasgow Track RC, Jack Collin, Team Inspired, Jeremy Franks of Glasgow Track RC, Benjamin Gill of Enhanced, and Marcus Hiley of Team Inspired. Jack Collin, the defending champion, having won the keirin title here at the National Champions in 2022. So riders being lined up, having completed the draw. Rider who will start on the inside here for ESV Manchester is Oliver Alloul. Alongside him will be Marcus Hiley of Team Inspired. Jack Collin, the defending champion, next in line. And the 2 Glasgow RC riders, Jeremy Franks and Lewis Arthur. And at the top of the track, for Enhanced, we have Benjamin Gill. So first 3 will go through into the major final. Losing 3 will go into the minor final. Time to let loose the Derny.
We have 2 Inspired riders and 2 Glasgow Track Racing Club riders. I wonder if they will work together on this. You're not supposed to, but, you know, team.
Well, hard to avoid sometimes, isn't it, when you're in the same team? But they're in a sandwich of ESV Manchester at the front and Enhanced at the back.
So in the earlier heats, we saw most of the riders coming from the back of the field. So I wonder if this is what we're going to see in these latter heats.
So 6 riders now on track. We had 5 in the first round and 4 in the repechage, so things get a little bit more crowded in that final run to the line here. So even more important, you pick your position, make sure you don't get boxed in by riders in front of you. Normal sprint rules apply, so once you're inside that red line, your opponents have to go around the outside. There's no diving underneath here. The journey leaves the track, and almost immediately the response comes from Lewis Arthur of Glasgow Track RC. He's now ahead of Alul in second place. Jack Carlin last but one rider in the line currently, the defending champion. 2 laps to go. And in that last position is Jeremy Franks. He came from that position to win the heat earlier. But here is the man who's powering away. This is Jack Carlin, a man who is defending his title here. Still stinging perhaps from losing out in the sprint to only a silver medal yesterday. Determined to try and take away a second consecutive keirin title. And he's doing it in the very best way he can by coming across the line in first place. A good battle for second. It looked as though that was Marcus Hiley for second across the line.
And Lewis Arthur, I think.
Look at the photo for that. Handshake, sporting one between Jack Carlin as they came across the line. Lewis Arthur was certainly well placed in that sprint. Let's have a little look at it for those of you watching the live stream. Carlin rides away, but Hiley just getting over the top of the rider from the Glasgow RC.
Jack made his move to come to the front of the race quite early on there, not wanting to leave anything up to chance.
Pretty much a repeat performance from the heat earlier in round 1, where he did the same thing, showing the others just how much power he has got in reserve here. Jack Carlin confirmed as the winner. Marcus Hiley was second, and it was Lewis Arthur in third place. Those 3 go through into the gold medal final, the major final. They will be joined there by the first 3 riders across the line in the second semi-final. And the losing 3 from both heats will go into what we call the minor final for places 7 through to 12. Hayden Norris, first to arrive on the line for Team Inspired. Alongside him will be Matt Rotherham for ESV Manchester. Then Hamish Turnbull for Team Inspired. Again, 2 Glasgow riders packed together here. Niall Monks in position 4. And then Lyle Craig, and on the outside, Harry Ledingham-Horn for Team Inspired. Second semi-final underway. Well, Matt Rotherham absolutely blitzed around the track in his first round match to secure his place in the semi-finals. Harry Ledingham-Horn, well, he had to come back through the repechage heats. Man who won the sprint yesterday, overcoming Jack Carlin.
Yes, an extra ride in his legs after a long weekend.
But he's still in contention here for that second title. Well, in fact, third, because he took the team sprint gold as well on day 1. So that really would round off a successful national championships for Harry Ledingham-Horn, but he has to win, or at least get in the first 3 in this one to progress further in the competition. He's currently sitting right at the back of the line.
Matt Rotherham just laying off, leaving a little gap so that he's got room to manoeuvre round if anyone comes round.
And here comes Harry Ledingham-Horn from the back of the field. Matt Rotherham takes note of that. Durney not yet off the track, so they don't begin the acceleration until they can go past the Durney. So here we go. It's Hayden Norris of Team Inspired on the front. The two Glasgow riders moving up here. Little battle going on behind with Matt Rotherham looking at Harry Ledingham-Horn. And as they look at each other, the kick comes from Hamish Turnbull. But they've got ground to make up on the leading three. This is a race of two halves at the moment. Still a lap to go when they come to the home straight this time. Turnbull powering round the outside. He's got Rotherham on his wheel, but here comes Harry Ledingham-Horn as well. It's Turnbull over the top. Harry Ledingham-Horn. Rotherham is trapped behind here. Remember, the top three go through. Rotherham's made it no further than 5th place at the moment. On the line, it is going to be Turnbull from Harry Ledingham-Horn across the line. So 1-2 for Team Inspired. Let's look who got third in that one. Just waiting for that to be confirmed. It was close on the line, but Matt Rotherham is going to miss out. Or will he? Still waiting for our computer to confirm that one. You'll see the result on the board as soon as it does. And yep, that is confirmation. Matt Rotherham finished 4th, so it's Hamish Turnbull wins that from Harry Ledingham-Horn. And Niall Monks goes through to the major final as well for the Glasgow Track Racing Team. And into the minor final go Matt Rotherham, Hayden Norris and Lyle Craig. So 2 finals coming up now. First will be the women's team sprint final. So this first final will feature Team of Scotland in the home straight. So Scotland will take on the GB Select team in the back straight. 27 seconds to the start. Lauren Bell, Iona Moore and Ellie Stone in the home straight, and Sarah Johnson, Rihanna Paris-Smith and Georgette Rand in the back straight. Scotland were 2 seconds faster in qualification earlier in the day than the GB Select team. This is a non-championship team. And both teams, the leading rider going away rather rapidly. The lead rider for GB Select is Rihanna Paris-Smith. Completion of the opening lap. Second rider takes over the pacemaking. It's advantage for Scotland at the moment by 1.114 of a second. Final rider thrown into the mix here. And it's going to be Scotland riding towards a bronze medal here. On the line, actually beaten by GB Select, 51.316, 51.666 for Scotland. GB Select team were a non-championship team, so I think that will still give the bronze medal to Scotland. I reserve the right to be wrong, but certainly GB Select were faster. 51.316 played 51.666.
tiredness in the legs definitely showing in this team sprint, especially for the position 2 and 3 riders. The role of the position 1 rider is to get them off to speed, and then they peel off, and you've got the last 2 riders that finish off the race. In position 2 peels off, and then rider number 3 finishes off the race.
So we come now to the gold medal final between Team Inspired Team B in the home straight and Team Inspired Team A in the back straight.
Some of these riders also taking part in the 500-meter time trial, so they've done a lot of riding this weekend.
So this is the final outing, and the prospect of a medal at the end of it is certain to ease any fatigue in those legs. So Millicent Tanner in the gate in the home straight. Rider 2 is Emma Finnegan, and rider 3 Katie Marchant. And in the back straight in the gate Larry Thomas, rider 2 Sophie Capel, rider 3 Blaine Ridge Davis. So full concentration required here. Second final where we've had 6 team-inspired riders on the track. At least are separated on either side of the track in this one. First half lap completed in favour of Team A in the back straight by a small margin. Next riders take up the chase. Be bell when they reach their starting station this time around. That will leave Katie Marchant versus Blaine Ridge Davis for the honours. Half a lap away from the finish here, and it looks as though Team B have picked up the pace and are going to get there first, just ahead of Team A. So it's 47.609 for Team Inspired Team B and 48.248 for Team A. That means the gold medal will go to Emma Finnegan, Katie Marchant and Millicent Tanner, and the silver to Sophie Capel, Blaine Ridge Davis and Larry Thomas. So confirmation of the finishing times on the board for you. Team Inspired B, 47.609. Team Inspired A, 48.248. GB Select non-championship team, of course, 51.316. And Scotland, 51.666. So preparing ourselves for the next big final on the track, which will be the women's point race. 80 laps with 8 sprints. And we have another world champion jersey. Those who are watching our live stream, we've got a picture of the riders gathered together in the back straight. Nia Evans is the world champion, having taken the women's point race title in San Quentin and Yvelines at the World Championships in October of last year. Riders being brought out onto the track. They have a rolling lap, and then they'll be off and racing. Sprint every 10 laps for 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. Double points on the final lap, 20 points for a lap gain.
That is Jenny Hall leading out the bunch there. Once they come round now, they should be getting the gun, which indicates the start of the race.
As ever, plenty of team-inspired interest in this race. Keep your eyes peeled for Jess Roberts. She'll wear ace number 153. Jess Roberts speeding to victory in the scratch race. I'm sure the world champion, though, who's in second last position at the moment, Nia Evans, would love to take the national title whilst wearing that world champion's jersey. I don't think you can get a better combination than that, Charlene, if you tried.
I don't think so. And also, the problem is when you've got those rainbow stripes on you, everyone's going to know who you are.
It's like riding with a big target on your back, but it's probably worth the trade-off. Nia Evans will have worked out what she's going to do here, I'm sure. She was beaten to the line by Jess Roberts, who's in imperious form in the scratch race. Of course, this is all about accumulating points in each of the 8 sprints. A lap gain earns you 20. That's if a rider or riders break away off the front and catch up with the rear of the main field or the largest group on the track. Riders losing a lap lose 20 points. And of course, double points on the final sprint. 10, 6, 4 and 2. 5 away from the first sprint.
Generally, when the line is strung out like this, it means that the pace is a little bit higher. However, it looks like no one's wanting to push on the front. We've got Nia Evans, the world champion, currently at the front.
Just behind her, Caris Lloyd of Tafoti, everyone active in that very distinctive green jersey.
The first sprint is always a good one to get under your belt so you can rest a little bit after. However, there might be some riders thinking, I'm going to attack after that first sprint and try to get a lap, depending on what their strengths are. They'll know that there are some really good sprinters in this bunch, but if they are better at longer and more controlled efforts, diesel engines we call them, rather than explosive riders, we'll see them possibly attacking, trying to gain a lap on the field and get those 20 points, or even just stay out in front of the bunch.
Well, in 2 laps' time, we'll find out what is going to happen following the first sprint, other than riders first 4 across the line picking up points. They're all bunched together at the moment, occupying virtually the full width of the track, which is an indication the pace is not full on. So let's see who's going to be first to accelerate here. Having a little look across as Maddie Leach of Team Inspired. But, the rainbow jersey of the world champion, Nia Evans, comes to the front. I'm sure she'll want to open her account early in this race to see if she can put the others under pressure.
Just building up that speed now, trying to hold on to that front position, but we have Jenny Hall on her hip.
Yeah, Jenny Hall well placed for Tekkers. Team Inspired coming around the outside here, but still Nia Evans holding on to the lead. The world champion comes under the scoreboard, still in the lead position. Jenny Hall just behind her. She's been blown away, and the rider who'll take second place and the 3 points is Ella Barnwell for Team Inspired. So Ella Barnwell and Nia Evans pick up the first 2 points scores, followed by the rider in across the line in third place, who is Ella Jameson of Live CC Halo Films, and Esther Wong picks up 4th place. She's riding for Tofoti Everyone Active. So 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. The world champion tops the leaderboard after the first sprint with 5 points scored. All together still. So no one elected to use that sprint as a springboard for an attacking move. On the front now, we have Lucy Nelson from the Spectral Wheel presented by Vitas team. In the black with the gold graphics on the jersey. 67 laps remaining. Bottom of the track there for Sophie Lewis, the rider you'd certainly want to keep your eye on in this final as well, for the Das Hansling bike team. But it's definitely a very watchful group of riders here. Making a move towards the front is Francesca Hall from the Loughborough Lightning. Strong sprinter, Francesca Hall. So she will certainly want to line herself up for a potential points score when the next sprint comes up in 5 laps' time.
Everyone looking at each other at the front of the bunch, and this is what you do when no one really wants to take it on from the front, really make that effort to get away. Everyone's kind of conserving their energy for that sprint in now 4 laps' time, but they'll need to start positioning themselves in a good position.
Well, Lee Evans took the gold medal last year. Jenny Holt took the silver. Francesca Hall just missed out on a medal in 4th place ahead of Grace Lister. So they'll all be very much looking to try and accumulate points in the earlier part of this race. 2 away from the second sprint. Evans achieved that objective with 5 points maximum score in the opening sprint of the race. She's currently midway down the field towards the top of the track in the team hub shorts and the rainbow jersey of world champion.
And that's also Danny Kahn towards the front of the group. We know she's got a good sprint in her.
So the pace starts to lift in anticipation of the upcoming sprint. We are 1 lap away. Jenny Hull for Teckers on the inside. In the middle of that one is Sophie Lewis. But Nia Evans once again comes back to the front. Kahn is in 4th place here. She would pick up 1 point if she stayed there. But Nia Evans is going to make it 2 from 2. Doubles her score to 10. Second place across the line for Sophie Lewis, followed by Maddie Leach of Team Inspired. And they've dragged a little group, a small advantage, off the front of the main field, but not a concerted effort to forge a breakaway with 59 laps to go. And Nia Evans swings up the track once again. So she is now on 10 points, having won that second consecutive sprint. Sophie Lewis got 3 there, Maddie Leach 2, and Danny Kahn with 1 point. So the top of the leaderboard, Nia Evans on 10, Ella Barnwell on 3, Sophie Lewis on 3, Ella Jameson 2, Maddie Leach 2, Danny Kahn 1, along with Esther Wong.
So far, and we've got a launch attack off the front here.
Well, with 7 laps to go to the next sprint, this could well be an effort to try and encourage other riders to go clear and form an attacking group. The rider who has done that is Izzy Sharp, and the younger riders in the race for the Brother UK Orientation Marketing Team. No one immediately keen to chase her down. Now Francesca Hall begins to make things more urgent on the front. As that chase, she realises that Sharp is a danger move there. Going with Francesca Hall is Miriam Jessup from Jaden V. Lavello. If those 3 could come together, that would make a good leading group. But about equal distance between the lone leader and the 2 chasers, and the 2 chasers and the main field. 55 laps to go. And it looks as though the main field are going to come back to the chasers at least. And Caris Lloyd of Tofoti Everyone Active. And the 2 chasers are caught. So still just leaving Izzy Sharp out on the front on her own. 4 to go to the next sprint. So Izzy Sharp will be hoping she can hang on at the front there and pick up some points in the sprint to open her account.
That's it. And if you are in the crowd of the velodrome tonight and you see a lone rider, it can really help to get behind them by giving them a big cheer.
Well, Izzy Sharp won the European Junior Points Race title last year, so she knows exactly what she's doing in races such as this. So had that little move off the front, but has dropped back into the main field now. 52 laps to go, 2 away from the next sprint. Still Nia Evans with that 7-point advantage ahead of Ella Barnwell and Sophie Lewis. Evans once again in perfect place as the sprint gets closer. She moves up towards the front. She's in second wheel here, surrounded by 3 team-inspired riders. We get to see Jess Roberts show in a sprint here. So she'll want to try and get some points on the board. In fact, she's second behind Evans, so third on the track for Jess Roberts. And those 4 riders have the gap. That's where the points will be shared out here. Evans in the middle of this line, trying to come through and snatch maximum points, which she does. Looks like Roberts for second and third place for Maddie Leach. We'll wait for that sprint to be confirmed, but Jess Roberts, I think, has got her first points on the board.
It's always good tactics to keep the pace up after the sprints if you want it to come down to sprints, because this means that no one else can launch an attack.
49 to go, but the main field dragged back to the leaders under the pressure being applied by Danny Kahn there. 48 laps to go, 8 away from the next sprint. So still waiting for confirmation of the full story in that sprint, and now we have it. So Nia Evans for another 5 points. She's got 15 now, winning every sprint so far. Jess Roberts opens her account with 3. Maddie Leach gets 2, and Grace Lister 1 point. So the first score for the rider who finished in 5th spot last year. Grace Lister also riding for Team Inspired. 47 laps to go. A couple of riders beginning to feel the pressure at the back. That's Ella Jameson from Liv CC Halo Films and Larry Richard from Tofoti Everyone Active. If the main field slow up sufficiently, they will get back on. 6 to go to the next sprint.
It's definitely coming down to this intermediate sprints, isn't it, Carl, with all the riders wanting to swing up and no one wanting to keep the pace high, apart from Nia Evans there. You can see she is still trying to keep that pace high, not wanting any attacks to go off the front.
Well, the world champion, Nia Evans, knows exactly what she needs to do to win a points race. Of course, she is the defending champion as well, having taken the national title here at Newport last March when we had the 2022 edition of these championships. All back together again. Those 2 lagging riders are now safely back in the pack. But an indication perhaps that they may well be jettisoned again when the pace lifts in anticipation of the upcoming sprint. We're 4 laps away from the 40 lap to go sprint, the halfway point in this women's points race final.
Yep, definitely going for sprints. If anyone knows that they are not the best at sprinting, then the time to go is now.
Well, going is Izzy Sharp, European Junior Champion. She had a little go at going off the front earlier, but has not yet opened her scoring account. This could be an opportunity. We're 2 away from the 40 lap to go sprint. No one immediately comes to the fore to chase her down, so Izzy Sharp of the Brother Orientation Marketing Racing Team is the head of the race in the back straight with 1 lap to go to the sprint this time. There's Nia Evans. She is starting to move forward in the chase behind. This could be the first sprint where she misses out on maximum points if Sharp can stay clear. So the bell indicating the next lap is the sprint lap. Chasing through in second spot there is Kate Richardson from Team Inspired. Nia Evans on her wheel, but Izzy Sharp of Brother UK Orientation Marketing is lined up here for her first score. 5 points for Izzy Sharp. Looks like Nia Evans will sneak second, and third place there was Kate Richardson from, it looked like, Ella Barnwell in 4th for Team Inspired. That was the result of the 40 lap to go sprint. So Nia Evans will retain her lead, but just 3 points added that time. Sharp has been caught back, and that is the springboard for Nia Evans to go on the attack. The same 2 riders who were off the back earlier, once again succumbing to the pace of the main field. But Nia Evans has gone clear, just about 10 or 15 metres the advantage ahead of the first chaser. And that first chaser is Sophie Lewis of the DAS Handbike team, Hansling Bike team, I should say. So 3 riders with a gap ahead of the main field, which is fragmented into several distinct groups. This is where this race could be split asunder now. Jenny Hall, well back, rider who was the silver medalist last year. So Nia Evans has 18 points. Izzy Sharp moves up to second with 5, courtesy of that sprint win. Ella Barnwell has 4, along with Maddie Leach. Sophie Lewis has 3, along with Jess Roberts. Ella Jameson has 2, so too does Kate Richardson. 1 point scored by Danny Kahn, by Grace Lister and by Esther Wong. That's the way the points stand at the moment. 35 laps to go. Head of the race is Nia Evans, just about to catch the 2 back markers who dropped earlier. When they're caught by the main field, they go 1 lap down and minus 20 points.
Well, if the game plan was to go for the intermediate sprints, that is now out the window with the bunch completely split up on the track.
Substantial chase group behind the leading riders. 5 riders strong, the leading group at the moment. Francesca Hall comes to the front of it. Then in the gap we have the 2 riders who have lost ground. I think that was Ella Jameson there for Live CC Halo Films. Jenny Hall trying to claw her way back into contention for Tekkers, last year's silver medalist. This could come all back together here because there has been no real cooperation in that leading group of 5 riders to force the move clear.
Well, they're going to come up to only 2 laps to go to the sprint, so maybe they just eased up, let the legs recover, get into a good position to be able to sprint, and the bunch has come back together now.
Well, Jess Roberts at the front, looking for more points. Nia Evans moves up to second. Ella Barnwell losing ground, she's off the back here. And a retirement as well, as Katie-Ann Carlton retires from the race, but Nia Evans restores order by taking maximum points in that sprint. It looked like Jess Roberts got second and Francesca Hall was well placed as well. 6 riders go clear of the main field following that sprint, sweeping up some more back markers. .29 laps to go. Head of the race is the group under the scoreboard. Jenny Hall got herself up there, but still not scored any points in the sprints. Last year's silver medalist. Time is ebbing away from her to defend that position. That last sprint, it was Nia Evans for 5, Jess Roberts for 3, Frankie Hall for 2, and Grace Lister for 1 point. Top of the leaderboard. 23 points now for Nia Evans. Nearest challenger is Jess Roberts on 6. Well, if this continues, the gap will become unclosable if Nia Evans keeps picking up maximum points in the sprints, even without any lap gains. The danger, of course, is in the battle for the minor placings, the silver and bronze medals, because they are separated by just 1 point. Jess Roberts has 6, Izzy Sharp has 5, Maddie Leach has 4, Sophie Lewis has 3, Francesca Hall has 2, along with Grace Lister and Kate Richardson. So that's where the battle's being played out at the moment. We have got 3 sprints remaining, so a maximum of 20 points in sprint only, 10 of course for the final sprint, and 2 5-point sprints yet to be contested. So the main field regrouped in the back straight. 1 or 2 more riders also retiring from the fray. And Nia Evans back at the front. 24 to go, 4 away from the next sprint.
And the riders who haven't placed in sprints yet will be looking to make their way to the front of the field unless that effort really tired out their legs.
23 to go. A little bit of a cessation in hostilities at the moment as the field slow the pace once more, having dislodged some of the back markers. It'll be 500 metres away from the next sprint. This could be a critical point if Nia Evans takes another maximum of 5-point score. Her gap ahead of Jess Roberts will be substantial. So currently, Nia Evans is right at the back with Francesca Hall. Beginning to pick up the pace. 1 lap to go to the sprint. Jenny Hall is desperate for points. She's in second place on the track here, behind Maddie Leach of Team Inspired. Where's Evans? She is about 5th place in the line at the moment. May just miss out on a point this time. So we need to look at the whereabouts of Jess Roberts in relation to Nia Evans, and she hasn't scored either, so their relative positions will be unchanged. Well, this is a really intriguing finale to this women's points race final. 2 sprints remain after that one. Maddie Leach got the 5. Jenny Hull opens her account finally with 3. In 3rd place, that was Caris Lloyd, and 4th place for Kate Richardson. So Maddie Leach overhauls Jess Roberts. Nia Evans comes to the front now. Maddie Leach has 9 points. Nia Evans has 23. 14 points difference, 15 points left in this race if you win both the remaining sprints and don't take a lap. Well, another point score for Nia Evans, and a failure to score by Maddie Leach would put the seal on this one for the gold medal. And here comes Evans on the inside, 17 laps to go. Francesca Hall also going in this move with Nia Evans. Some tired legs, I think, in that main field now, trying to postpone the need to increase the pace for as long as they can. Jess Roberts has realised the danger here, and she is up with the leading trio now. So it is the world champion, Nia Evans, it's Francesca Hall, and the scratch race champion, Jess Roberts, the leading 3 riders. 15 laps to go. Here comes Jenny Hull trying to bridge across to that group. No one else looks eager to make the chase. Hull stuck halfway between the leaders and the main field at the moment.
Well, if that group of 3 can work well together, doesn't it look like it? Nia Evans riding away from both riders there.
Well, the rider who has missed the move is Maddie Leach in 2nd place. She's at the front of the chasing peloton. She'll still get points in the next sprint, but Jess Roberts will score more heavily. But Nia Evans has gone on the charge here. The 10 points and the final sprint will still be decisive in the minor placings, but the 5 for Nia Evans this time will put the gold medal beyond anyone else's reach. She's got 2 laps to go to that sprint. Rider for Team Hoob. She's ridden a very intelligent points race indeed, without expending necessarily any excess energy. She's just swept through, took the points on the sprints, not even attempted to gain a lap, really. Confident that sprint points will be enough for her here if she could score highly in each one, and that's what she's doing, 1 lap away. But now the prospect of a lap gain is very much on the side of Nia Evans, because the main field has slowed right down. She'll hang off the back for the points on the line this time. Well, if she gets 5 in the sprint and then gains a lap for 20, it'll be a decisive gold medal win for the world champion Nia Evans. She's not yet on the back of that main field, but she's not far away. This is the sprint for 2nd, and it's Jess Roberts from Francesca Hall. Jenny Hull picks up 4th place. So again, Maddie Leach failing to score in that sprint, but Jess Roberts does. So the battle for the silver medal still very much alive. But Nia Evans joins the back of the main field. She gains a lap, she gets 20 points, added to the 25. She already had the 23 she already had. She goes up to 48 points now. She cannot be beaten, provided she finishes the race. Nia Evans, the world champion, will retain her national championship title. So now attention turns to the battle for the silver and the bronze medals. Jess Roberts got 3. Frankie Hall got 2. Jenny Hull got 1 point. So Jess Roberts and Maddie Leach are tied now on 9 points each in the silver medal position. Francesca Hall tied with Jenny Hull for the bronze at the moment on 4. 6 laps to go. Jess Roberts and Francesca Hall are the head of the race. Jenny Hull in 3rd place on the track. Well, the rider who needs to pay attention to this is Maddie Leach for Team Inspired. Tied on points with Jess Roberts, but Roberts is in this leading group with Francesca Hall. 5 laps to go. There are 10 points available in the final sprint for the winner. That will be enough for Jess Roberts to distance Maddie Leach, and if Francesca Hall can hold on here for a place in that sprint, but they are obviously tiring a little as well. They should be applying maximum pressure now with just 4 laps to go. But the main field have caught back Jenny Hull, And just Francesca Hall is sensing the urgency here in this leading group. If this race comes back together, then it's all to play for the silver and bronze medals. Well, intriguing moments, edge of the seat stuff here inside the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales. Just 3 laps to go in this women's point race final. Francesca Hall of Loughborough Lightning on the front. Jess Roberts second wheel. Now coming through is Maddie Leach. She knows she can't afford to let Roberts get more points than her in the final sprint. Nia Evans is the disruptor here, though. She doesn't need to get involved in any of this. She can sit at the back and watch it all unfold, but she wants yet more points in the final sprint to seal a decisive victory. 47 points, 48 points, I should say, of course, for Nia Evans on the board. And she was after more, as Roberts and Hall have been caught back by the main field. 1 lap to go. The final sprint here is going to decide the silver and bronze medals. So Maddie Leach and Jess Roberts lying joint second with 9 points, and Francesca Hall and Jenny Hall joint third with 4. Through the line we come, and I think Maddie Leach has scored well there in that sprint. So we'll wait for the addition of the totals to decide the silver and bronze medals. But ladies and gentlemen, the rider who was the absolute star of that race, buoyed by wearing that world champions jersey, successfully defending her title, gaining a lap, figuring in pretty much every single sprint in the race, and took 48 points out of that race before the final sprint. So it was 10 points in that final sprint for the line for number 106. That was Sophie Lewis. So that'll move Sophie Lewis potentially into the bronze medal position. Maddie Leach was second, Nia Evans third, and Danny Kahn fourth. So the rider who lost out in that one was Jess Roberts. I think she'll finish just outside the medals. Subject to confirmation, it's now on the board, the results of that final sprint. I think that's going to give Nia Evans 52 points versus Maddie Leach's 15. She'll have a 2-point beating of Sophie Lewis, but Lewis will get the bronze medal, and Jess Roberts will finish outside the medals with 9 points. Let's wait for a full confirmation of that result, but I think that is the way it is going to go. Well, that point race, the gold medal decided arguably in the middle part of the race, when Nia Evans could not be beaten in those sprints, but that lap game really did put the seal on it. But it came down to the final sprint to decide the silver and bronze medals, and it's Madeline Leach who takes the silver for Team Inspired, and the bronze medal will be taken by Sophie Lewis of Das Hansling Bike. B, yeah, we need to track down.
So please stay with us, because we have a medal ceremony coming up for the women's team sprint, followed by the men's keirin final. the women's points race ceremony, then the men's scratch final, and the men's keirin ceremony, and the men's scratch medal ceremony. So lots still on the programme for tonight. Now's the time to get your cameras out to take photos of the athletes when they go up to get their medals. The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023 Women's Team Sprint. The medals and flowers will be presented by Acting CEO, British Cycling, Danielle Every. In third place, Scotland, represented by Ellie Stone, Iona Moyer and Lauren Bell. Winners of the silver medal, Team Inspired A, Laurie Thomas, Blaine Ridge Davis, Sophie Capewell. Winners of the gold medal and national champions, Team Inspired B, represented by Millie Tanner, Katie Marchant and Emma Finucane. The flowers will now be presented by Acting CEO, British Cycling, Daniel Every. Please congratulate all our National Championship medalists.
So we're going to resume our finals action in just a few moments with two finals in the men's keirin. The first will be the minor final for places 7th through to 12th overall. And then the major final, from which of course we will get our gold, silver and bronze medal winning riders. 6 riders in each final. It's the minor final first. So they draw for the starting positions. Riders involved are Oliver Alul of EV Manchester, Lyle Craig from Glasgow Track RC, Jeremy Franks, his teammate from Glasgow Track RC, Benjamin Gill from Enhanced, Hayden Norris from Team Inspired, and Matt Rotherham from ESV Manchester as well. So those are the riders concerned here in this minor final. Bikes being brought out trackside, closely followed by previously mentioned riders. So no medals at stake here, but your overall classification in the keirin will be decided. Matt Rotherham engaging in the customary thigh slapping routine before climbing on board his machine. From his position at the side of the track, it looks as though he might have drawn the inside position here. Hayden Norris, sole team-inspired representative in this minor final. In fact, it's Oliver Alul, I think, who has taken up position in the lowest point on the track. His teammate, despite the different colours they're wearing for ESV Manchester, Matt Rotherham alongside. And we have Hayden Norris for Team Inspired. And the two Glasgow riders separated by the rider from Enhanced, Benjamin Gill, who's in 5th place in the lineup. So the Derny summoned into action once again. Away from the line they go. Jeremy Franks bringing up the rear. First lap completed.
Already starting to see a little gap in the line there in front of Matt Rotherham.
Oliver Alul is the rider most adjacent to the rear wheel of the Derny at the moment. Rotherham looks over his shoulder. Hayden Norris immediately behind him. Then it's Lyle Craig, Benjamin Gill and Jeremy Franks, the order on the track at the moment as they departed from the start line.
So we'll soon find out if this is going to be a race like the others and the rider comes from the back, or whether it'll be one where the rider leads them out.
Lyle Craig is the man who goes on the attack here. Rides up to the wheel of Oliver Alul, but right from the back, Jeremy Franks begins to wind it up as well, because it'll be a 1-2 from the Glasgow track team. So Jeremy Franks has the head of the race at the moment. Matt Rotherham yet to kick. Hayden Norris just behind him for Team Inspired, and then Benjamin Gill at the back. 1 lap to go here. Comes Rotherham, pursued by Norris. Matt Rotherham for ESV Manchester comes over the top. This is a two-up fight here for 6th place. Matt Rotherham on the inside, Hayden Norris on the outside. Matt Rotherham for ESV Manchester will just take that one. Victory in the minor final for Matt Rotherham, getting the better of Hayden Norris in the final run to the line.
Well, that gap that Matt Rotherham left there to rush onto his opponents in front of him really, really worked out well from, and celebrating in style there. Arms up in the air, delighted to take that minor final for 7th position.
Matt Rotherham, a great showman, always enjoys a victory, whether it's for medals or just over the other 5 riders in the race. And he is, for the record, the 7th place finisher in the men's keirin for 2023. Positions 1 through 6, and of course the medals are to be decided by the next 6 riders coming out onto the track. Well, unlike the women's keirin final, where we had 6 riders from Team Inspired, here we've only got 4. And then we've got 2 Glasgow riders just to add into the mix as well. So just 2 teams represented in this final of 6 riders. Lewis Arthur and Niall Monks are the riders for Glasgow. Jack Collin, Marcus Hiley, Harry Ledingham-Horn and Hamish Turnbull are in the green and gold colours of Team Inspired. Well, Jack Collin is the defending champion in this keirin discipline. Already been beaten in the sprint by Harry Ledingham-Horn. He won't want that fate to befall him twice. So those definitely riders to keep a very careful eye on as this 6th lap race unfolds. It's Hamish Turnbull at the bottom of the track. Marcus Hiley alongside him. Niall Monks then for the Glasgow track race cycling team. Harry Ledingham-Horn, Jack Collin and Lewis Arthur. That's the order where they will depart from the line. So here we go. The medals in the men's keirin will be decided in the next few minutes. Well, Jack Collin staring at the back wheel of his nemesis in the sprint, Harry Ledingham-Horn. Two Glasgow riders, heavily outnumbered by Team Inspired, but they're wily competitors. We've seen some great sprinting from the Glasgow Track RC over these national championships. Perhaps counting on the Inspired riders being so busy looking at each other that they could sneak a move around the outside. The man at the back currently is Lewis Arthur. Starting to move. Draws up to alongside his teammate, Niall Monks. And those two Glasgow riders begin to make a move over the top. Hamish Turnbull in amongst them, along with Marcus Hiley. And now Jack Collin and Harry Ledingham-Horn come through as well. 2 laps to go. Still Glasgow with the advantage, constantly looking behind them. Well, Hamish Turnbull's a man to watch here as well. He's in 3rd place at the moment, but here comes the attack from the back of the string. 1 lap to go, Team Inspired firing Jack Collin and Harry Ledingham-Horn in a forwards direction, but Hamish Turnbull still leading this one. Oh, and they're coming together towards the top of the track. Well, we have something to say about that one, but the leading 3 riders were unaffected by that. They come here into the finishing straight, and crossing the line in 1st place will be Hamish Turnbull ahead of Jack Collin. Well, that was interesting developments halfway down the field.
Well, when you are travelling at these kind of speeds, it's hard to change the direction that you're going in, so very good saves by all the riders involved there.
Yeah, Niall Monks looks like he picked up 3rd there. We shall again confirm that when the result is in front of us. Our live stream viewers getting a view of that, and well, those 2 riders just went straight up the track, didn't they, coming out of corner 1. A little bit of a flick, potentially, so we'll see what our officials have to make of that. And the offender may well be brought to the fore. We shall keep our ears attuned, and before we confirm that result for you, I can give you the order across the line when that's confirmed, but riders are subject to penalty if something occurs during the race that is not within the regulations. The officials gathered having a look at the replay of that to determine if anyone was at fault. So stand by for the result. Nathan, you may well... Well, we're waiting for confirmation of this result. Well, coming up shortly will be our medal ceremony for the women's points race. One more piece of competitive action on the track to follow that, which will be the men's scratch race final. The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023 Women's Points Race. The medals and flowers will be presented by leader of Newport City Council, Councillor Jane Mudd. Winner of the bronze medal representing Das Handsling bike, Sophie Lewis. Winner of the silver medal representing Team Inspired, Madeline Leach. Winner of the gold medal and national champion representing Team Hub, Nia Evans. The flowers will now be presented by leader of Newport City Council, Councillor Jane Mudd. Please congratulate all our National Championship medalists. So the riders coming out onto the track for the men's scratch race final. 80 laps of the track, 20 kilometres the distance. 24 riders taking the start. Defending champion, winner of this title 12 months ago, Will Tidball, rides for St Piran. And the gun fires to get us underway. This is our last competitive action of these 2023 National Track Cycling Championships, and someone's not hanging around here. Well, we chatted earlier, I think, about the strange tactic that some riders adopt of trying to sneak a lap right at the beginning by capturing the rest of the field napping. They like to ease themselves into the race, but the rider who's gone off like the proverbial shot out of a gun is Harry Codd of Cerro Cycle Division Racing Team. He's gained almost half a lap, but the other problem he's got is gaining the rest of the lap. On your own, it's not easy when the main field pick up the pace. Of course, if he did pick up a lap early on, it would reinforce the rest of the field to try and do similarly. As wherever he was on the field, he would be the leader of the race because he was on the lead lap.
He's got half a lap now, and once you commit like this, you have to carry on.
Well, it's in a race of 80 laps, it's not necessarily a one-time commitment, but Codd showed that he wanted to try and do that right from the gun. Mainfield go through the line. They are headed by Finlay Tarling of Wilbrot Vilverhout. Fensham House riders, fresh from that bronze medal in the team pursuit, coming to the front of the group. And our leading rider here, well, he is still just about half a lap behind the behind the main field, the leading rider. Encouraged on here by the crowd. And, well, Harry Codd can just see the back of the main field disappearing at the end of the back straight as he enters it. So lots of looking behind here, those riders who realise that Codd snuck away over the top. Wasn't difficult to spot because he came right from the back and went over the top of all of them at the start of the race, so it's not as if they're unaware of the situation, but Codd, I think, is beginning to tire. Charlene, it's difficult on a 250-metre track such as this to gain a lap on your own with such a field behind you. Easier a little bit if you've got other riders to cooperate with you, but Codd, I think, is now a spent force in terms of that attempt to gain a lap. He swings up in the back straight, and this race will come all back together.
Yes, it's now going to be a task for him to get back into the group and keep up with the pace.
Well, the ship has very much been steadied now with the escapee back in the fold. Ben Wiggins comes to the front for Fensham House MAS Design. And look at that. We told you it might happen, and it has. Harry Codd has gone straight through the bunch and out of the back. So I think that was his one bid for glory. Didn't quite come off for him. 69 laps to go. Wales Racing Academy at the head of the race.
And it is a fast race at the moment. You can see that all the riders are head down. Gaps starting to appear at the front of the race now, and this is what some riders might favour.
Well, I suspect the man on the front, and indeed I am correct, is the man who absolutely dominated the points race yesterday, Will Perrott, gaining 3 laps during the course of that points race. Absolutely dominating the action. He's in the white colours of Cheney Windows and Doors Cycling. So as Harry Codd is about to lose a lap here to the main field, Perrott showing the first sign that he is willing to go on the attack. So too Jack Rootkin-Gray, who just missed out on a medal last year, finishing in 4th place. Will Tidball, the defending champion, is located a little further down the field. He was race number 177 in the black colours of St Piran. And I think Harry Codd is just about to retire. And a new attacking move. Well, the rider who has instigated this one is Finlay Tarling of Wilbrod Vilverhout. Will this one be any more successful? 64 laps remain.
Well, this has certainly been an exciting start to the race, and with lots of tired legs in the bunch, this is a great opportunity for riders to just test each other's legs out. As we can see, lots of attacks coming from the bunch.
Well, 64 laps, that equates to just about 10 miles on a 250-metre track. So they're got 10 miles to go to the finish line, as it were, if this were a road race. And it looks as though Finlay Tarling will also be drawn back in by the front part of the peloton, which is split into two. 62 laps to go. Will Perrett on the front here, with Ben Marsh just behind for BCC race team. Once again, though, the pressure is applied in the main field. One long line of riders, it comes back together. The elastic was stretched out there by that leading group, but it's not yet broken. 151 in there is Keirin Riley from Spelman Dublin Port track team. 60 laps remaining, 20 laps completed already. Lots of looking over the shoulders, and the man who comes back to the front is Ben Wiggins of Fensham House MAS Design.
The speed of the bunch still high. Riders now going above the blue to slow it down. This is when attacks can happen. The key is, if you don't want attacks to happen, then the speed of the bunch will be really fast because no one will be able to get away. So that's more of a sprinter type ride to try and keep the pace of the bunch up so it comes to a bunch sprint at the end. Otherwise, no one can attack.
National Scratch Race Championship, one of the most prestigious events in national championship history in the world of British cycling. Riders are competing for the Cooper Cup. .56 laps remain. Two strings of riders, one at the top of the track, one at the bottom at the moment, but not in full flight, following those couple of attempted breakaway moves that have been brought back into the fold. Jack Rootkin Gray, very distinctive in that blue helmet atop his black St. Piran skin suit. Jack Rootkin Gray, as I mentioned, was fourth last year. Last year's silver and bronze medalists Oscar Nielsen Jr. and Josh Giddings not competing in the race this year, but of course Will Tidball is. He's the defending champion. You've yet to see him on the front. Noah Hobbs from Groupama FDJ LeConte, and the dark blue colours. Pace has slackened a little here, waiting for the next explosive move in this race. Things just settled after those early attacks. Sam Fisher from an Exo Group RT with those very distinctive orange mitts. So still one long line of riders snaking up and down the track. Ben Wiggins once again comes to the front with Oliver Hambray of Team Hub. Hambray in the dark red and black. He's left on his own at the front, but doesn't want to stay there, so he swings up as well. 51 laps to go. Just behind Jack Rootkin Gray. I think that was the first significant sight we've seen of Will Tidball. But still all together.
Still a long way to go. Attacks can form at any point in the next 50 laps.
Well, the longer this race goes on, of course, those riders who are beginning to suffer from the fatigue that's built up over the weekend here, if a rider puts in a big attack and the chase is necessary, it will see riders going out of the back. At the moment, though, the pace is relatively moderate. Once again, it's on the front, points race champion Will Perrett. And Wales Racing Academy take over the lead. Again, not a concerted effort to maintain that advantage. That Wales Racing Academy rider is Fred Meredith in the red.
Well, this scratch race is proving to be really, really fast. Will this group of 3 work together and stay away? Not if Will Perrett has anything to say about it. Trying to drag up the main bunch.
Yeah, being very watchful indeed. Jack Root-Kingeroy trying to get it in amongst the action there. After a great finish to his road season last year with victory in the Beaumont Trophy and second at the Rydale Grand Prix, he'd love to add a medal in the national scratch race competition, having come so close last year, finishing in 4th place. So again, a split about the middle point of the main field. Lead group just slightly bigger, and one rider has now been jettisoned out of the back with that increase in pace, as I predicted might happen, so he's going to retire by the looks of things. 45 to go.
And if you are spectating in the velodrome or watching from home, what happens when the line is really spread out like so is that when their riders are at the front, they're making a big effort. They then sling up to the top of the track, and then they want to get back down to that line as quickly as possible so that they're not pushing the air in front of them. So trying not to expend the energy.
That was Nathan Hardy retiring for Tofoti Everyone Active. He gets an early bath in the changing rooms. 42 laps to go. So we're almost at half distance. And you have to think that the decisive action in this race is yet to come. Won't carry on like this for the other half of the race, I'm quite sure, because riders will be very much wanting to try and stamp their authority in the second half. Won't want to come down to a sizable sprint. But you have to get away to do that, and the main field being very attentive. Still Team Hub's Oliver Hambre in second spot there, but again, it's all changed at the front with Fred Meredith from Wales Racing Academy coming back onto the front of the race. Exactly halfway now. There is the defending champion, Will Tidball, in the black of St Piran with the white helmet.
Bunch still all together. It is really difficult to attack when the pace is so high on the front of the bunch.
Of course, no intermediate sprints in a scratch race to inspire the riders to pick up pace at any point in the race. It's down to individuals to think when an attacking move might be best to bring to the rest of the race. And at the moment, as Charlene says, the pace is so high, you're going to have to take an absolute flyer if you're going to get off the front. One long line of riders. 37 laps to go. Will Tidball still there or thereabouts at the front. Ben Marsh from the BCC race team was there as well. Rider in the predominantly black colours, the black helmet as well.
And finally, a little slow in the bunch. Maybe we'll see an attack.
Well, we're seeing Joe Holt there just a moment ago, the rider from Tekkers, winner of the kilometre time trial, but he's a very good endurance rider, Joe Holt, as well. So he had a little look at the front as well. Retreats further down the line. 35 to go. And we're seeing Noah Hobbs from Groupama FDJ. Looks as though he might have been about to pick things up. That's Tim Shawman from Wheelbase Camptech Castelli in the green speckled jersey, just moving up the track as well. It's like a very long team pursuit, this. Riders doing a little turn on the front, swinging up, going further down the field, let someone else have a go. And the pace slackens a little bit. You can always tell that when that's happened, because the riders fan out across the full width of the track rather than being in one long line. 33 laps, and it looks like Will Perrett is going to use that opportunity once again to put in a testing move to see if it's possible to get away. But again, not confident that's possible, so he drifts back. The real feeling this race is like a powder keg that's about to explode in the final 32 laps. It's a question of when that will happen and who will be the instigator of it. That's Finlay Tarling, just having his turn at the front through the line. The Fensham House MAS Design riders in in those blue and red colours, just about third and fourth place as they came under the scoreboard. Jack Rootkin-Gray gets on the front, starts to drive this one. Keirin Riley from Spelman Dublin Port track team, and suddenly 3 riders have a small advantage, drawing 4 more clear as well. Panic in the main field closes the gaps, and the lead is reduced, but Will Tidball, the defending champion, is on the front now. But as soon as you say that, things change again. 28 laps to go, all back together once more.
Well, it has been attack after attack, but everything's been managed to be brought back.
So as the race gets closer and closer to the finish, the chance of taking a lap on the field diminishes with every single lap passed, as Joe Holt comes to the head of the race now, with Matthew Brennan from Fensham House just behind him. Got Ben Wiggins from Fensham House in the race as well, along with Jed Smithson. Rider coming off the front here is the Fensham House rider. That's a leading group of 5 riders, just the little advantage now. Well, that happened quite quickly and without any particular fanfare, but they are now the leading riders on the track, with Matthew Brennan driving the pace. Trying to ride across to it is Will Roberts from St Piran. Well, this could be the first really significant breakaway move of a sizable group of riders here with 24 laps to go. One by one, riders are bridging across the gap from the main field. Finlay Tarling on the front here.
Well, that's the main bunch all back together again. But we'll have some tired legs, so gaps starting to appear with 4 off the front now. If these 4 can work well together, perhaps we could see the gap grow.
So our commentators have issued a warning to rider number 5, James Ambrose Parish of Tap Savello, for not having control of his bike. 20 laps to go. So that was the yellow flag that was shown at the side of the track by Commissar President Dave Menzies. Meanwhile, though, it is Wales Racing Academy's Fred Meredith who has got the position on the front of this leading group of 4. Jack Rootkin-Gray is in there as well.
Well, it does look like they're going to want to work together now. This is an opportunity for them to get away from the main bunch, and it'll only be a fight for the top 3 spaces to get those medals between 4 rather than the whole bunch.
Fred Meredith, Jack Rootkin-Gray, Matthew Brennan and Joe Holt are the riders in the home straight with 18 laps to go.
Well, this looks like a very promising quartet ahead of the bunch.
More damage being done at the back with the increase in pace here.
It's almost like a team pursuit here.
17 laps remain. Rider off the back. Main field, when they catch him, he'll be lapped. A little split in this leading group here, and it looks like Holt and Rootkin-Gray. Brennan fighting to get back on. I think Fred Meredith has spent forcing to get caught back by the main field. The lagging rider there has latched onto the back of that leading group. Might be facing his second warning in a moment if he's not careful. That was James Ambrose Parish from Tap Savello. So the leading 4 riders, well, leading 3 riders with a back marker amongst them. Fred Meredith is the man who's dropped off that leading group. And I think James Ambrose Parish is going to get pulled out of that group. He certainly can't be on the front of it. He is a lagging rider. And we also got Oliver Hambray of Team Hub, who looks as though he is about to retire as well. So with the offender removed, we've got the 3 leading riders now. Holt, Brennan and Rootkin Gray are the 3 riders at the head of the race with 13 laps to go. Will Perrett looks up, he realises that move has gone, almost half a lap advantage now, just 3 kilometres remaining. Can these 3 take it on now for the rest of the race? The main field will need to organise a chase, and rather rapidly.
Well, Carl, they look to be working well together at the front. Those 3 riders taking a half lap each.
That's how you stay away. And certainly the closing stage of a race when it's absolutely full on is to have cooperation in a leading group, even though it will come down to who gets the medal at the end of it. And things will be less cooperative in the final sprint, of course. But Jack Rootkin-Gray, Joe Holt and Matthew Brennan at the moment are holding the reins on this race. Matthew Brennan, Team Pursuit's bronze medalist. And last year for him, and Jack Rootkin-Gray, as I mentioned, just finished outside the medals in 4th place last year. Joe Holt already with a gold medal in the kilometre time trial. Well, he's got a few more than 4 laps to stay away here, 9 laps in fact. Comes down to a sprint. Well, Jack Rootkin-Gray is a good, strong road rider as well as a track rider. Matthew Brennan, all 3 of these riders, but maybe Joe Holt might be the surprise package here.
Well, the bunch has definitely seen the danger because there's 3 riders ahead of them, and those are the 3 medals. So if anyone in the bunch wants a medal, going to have to work. But as they're just sitting up above the blue now, allowing the 3 to gain more distance.
Running out of laps now. It'll be 6 to go for the leaders next time. 1.5 kilometres. Well, it took a long time for a breakaway move to succeed, but it was instigated by Fred Meredith, who now finds himself at the back of the main field. But Jack Rootkin-Gray, Matthew Brennan and Joe Holt are the 3 leading riders with 5 laps to go this time. Can the main field do anything about this? It's almost half a lap advantage. And if they keep sitting up and looking at each other, it's playing right into the hands of the leading 3. Jack Rootkin-Gray doing his turn on the front, Holt second wheel, then Brennan. And, well, a MAS design Fensham House rider coming off the front of the main field as well. Won't assist in the chasing down of his teammate, I'm sure, at the front. It's Ben Wiggins, but he'd love to pick up 4th place. Or maybe even if he could get across there. But I think Matthew Brennan, in his deserved position at the moment, on his way to a medal. 3 laps to go. Joe Holt using the height of the track here like a sprinter to make sure he can keep the momentum going. Ben Wiggins giving a really big chase here. Can he get across? Sam Fisher from an Exo Group RT is on the front of the main field briefly. 2 to go. Once again, Joe Holt looks like a track sprinter here. It'll be the bell for this leading trio next time around. Look at this, because these are the riders contesting the medals. Ben Wiggins won't make it across that gap now with a lap to go. Matthew Brennan on the inside, Joe Holt in the middle, Jack Rootkin-Gray at the back. I told you Holt was the man to watch. Joe Holt for Teckers has flown away from the other 2. There's no catching him now. Joe Holt from Teckers lines up to cross the line. Celebrating already, Matthew Brennan second, third for Jack Rootkin-Gray. That's the way the medals will go. Well, what a great way to finish the National Championships. 3 riders gain the advantage, and Joe Holt is your national champion for Teckers.
What a final sprint that was, after being away from the bunch for so long. To be able to have that power to finish off so strong was just so impressive.
Well, relentless energy expended during the course of that race. That breakaway move, when it finally came, proven to be decisive. I have to feel for Fred Meredith, who was the man who started it, couldn't stay with them. But the other 3, well, they are celebrating as well they might. Will Roberts offering his congratulations to Joe Holt there as he rode past him, as the riders on the warm down lap. Do stay with us, folks. We've got upcoming victory ceremonies for both this scratch race and, of course, the men's keirin as well. So the riders really will appreciate you staying behind for the next 10 minutes or so, just to congratulate our medalists on the podium after what has been an incredible 3 days of track action. The boards of the The Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales been lit up once again, no more so by the final charge of those three riders in the men's scratch race final, a fitting finale to these national championships. Well, for those of you viewing the live screen coverage, there is the confirmed result of that scratch race final.
The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023 Men's Keirin. The medals and flowers will be presented by Acting CEO, British Cycling, Daniel Every. The winner of the bronze medal, representing Glasgow Track Racing Club, Niall Monks. The winner of the silver medal, representing Team Inspired, Jack Carlin. The winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Team Inspired, Hamish Turnbull. The flowers will now be presented by Acting CEO, British Cycling, Daniel Every. Please congratulate all our National Championship medalists.
The medal ceremony for the British Cycling National Track Championships 2023 men's scratch race. The medals and flowers will be presented by CEO Newport Live, Steve Ward. Winner of the bronze medal, representing St Piran, Jack Rootkin-Gray. Winner of the silver medal, representing Fensham House MAS Design, Matthew Brennan. Winner of the gold medal and national champion, representing Techers CC, Joe Holt. The flowers will now be presented by CEO Newport Live, Steve Ward. Please congratulate all our National Championship medalists. So that brings to an end 3 amazing days of competition here at the Geraint Thomas National Velodrome of Wales for the British Cycling National Track Championships for 2023. Well done to all the athletes who took part, particularly those who have gained national championship medals. We hope you enjoyed our coverage here inside the Velodrome and also on our live stream across the world. We now have a great number of viewers. Thank you for joining us via your YouTube subscription to the British Cycling channel. Thanks to everyone who made the championships possible, all of our volunteers and everyone who came along to cheer the riders on. It's been an absolutely brilliant time. Thank you on behalf of my co-commentator Charlene Jones and myself, Carl Lawrence. And until the next time, from all of us here at the National Championships, we'll bid you a very safe journey home and goodbye.